Hello and welcome back, everyone. Today we are going to be continuing part 3 of our review of all of the Tinto talks that we had gone over previously, but now we are going over with the context of having covered every Tinto talk that covers mechanics, which is Tinto talks 1 through roundabouts, where's the last one? 57. So we're going to go all the way 1 through 57. We are doing this because we are trying to formulate a couple things. Hide your kids, because that's the first thing. I'll give you guys a moment to hide your children. Children, of course, should never gaze upon a spreadsheet. Their eyes belong in the minds, not on the spreadsheet. But we are trying to construct a bit of a spreadsheet to kind of think our way through what's important in Project Caesar. And so we have some stuff going on in this already. We have some RGO shortage, and then we have a calculation thing that we are going to use to kind of decide or be able to infer how valuable stuff is relative to each other when processing a bunch of factors. Like, we can look at climate, vegetation, topography. A really important one is going to be control. We think is going to be probably the most important value, just generally speaking. And so having a lot of control is going to be important to have. And so if you have a RGO, which is a resource, something like elephants, copper, coffee, this type of thing in Project Caesar, it can be the case that the more valuable RGO is not worth building because, let's say, you don't have a lot of control, or let's say maybe your climate or your vegetation is off, this type of thing. And so the purpose is for us to be able to calculate here. Still don't have too strong an inkling of how good a food is relative to gold. This is probably something we really want to think through, because all the food resources provide very little value in terms of selling them, but provide a lot of value in terms of food. And food has some cascading values. Also, we are working on a kind of Word document trying to take some notes in regards to what's important, what seems important, and try and figure things out through this. And so this is also what we're doing. And so let's see if we can maybe find an example here. We know that food positively affects a variety of things. And maybe we should have a section for food. I don't think we have a section for food, but we do see, we could control F food, I think. Commoner impacts your food production and your stability cost. We have food here. How much does food surplus sell for? Do food sales go to the estate? Food sales are affected by control. It's kind of an important point. The state, or in terms of gaining value, the state has to pay for food. This is part of consumption at this point. The estates will actually pay for the food. This has gotten updated, so let's delete this. I think that we have some other ones. No? I think that free land and food, for example, increases population growth. So having an excess of food increases population growth. I joined stream and spreadsheet. The stream's not even marked 38 plus, not like this. We'll have to start marking our streams like that. But let's get into kind of where we left off, which was number 29, devastation, prosperity, and roads, which this is probably going to be a pretty key and important one for us to be looking through. Roads do seem pretty significant and important for increasing control and propagating control inland. And so this is going to be a big one. Like, if we have Constantinople, but we have very little control, the value of the building is going to go way, way, way down for us. But let's continue here. Welcome everyone to another Tinto Talks. Of course, we are getting a lot of Happy Wednesdays, where we inform you about things we work over a super secret game with codename Project Caesar, or some people like to pronounce it, or some people think it's a teaser, so they call it Project Teaser, and people who know how to really pronounce it call it Project Tizar. In today's Tinto Talks, we will delve into a few different and not entirely related topics, but they are important for what we need to talk about, and will be referenced a fair bit in future Tinto Talks. Prosperity and devastation. In Project Caesar, there's a single value in a location ranging from minus 100 to plus 100, where positive prosperity and negative devastation. Prosperity represents how prosperous a resource location and resourceful a location is. A prosperous location increases development over time. Prosperity will slowly rise over unless negative unless different negative circumstances reduce it. If it goes negative, it will cause devastation. There's no way for the player to increase prosperity, but having a peaceful country will have it increase slowly over time. We do see, well, no direct way, but having free subjects and market fairs, we can see, is increasing prosperity. And prosperity gives migration attraction. Why don't we take note of this? Because there seems to be additional costs for war. War seems to be not anywhere near as profitable as other grand strategy games, just generally speaking. And this can be part of an example of why. So we will get migration attraction, dev, pop growth, and life expectancy. And life expectancy. Should we change the stream to 38 plus? Market fairs is a nice privilege to give. Or this is a privilege. I mean, if it's not an equilibrium value, we are assuming this migration attraction probably goes up to 0.1. Monthly dev goes to 0.001. This probably goes to 1%, which is kind of a lot of population growth. Okay, let's continue. Devastation represents how ravaged the location is. It includes burnt down farms and abandoned villages. The biggest source of devastation are blockades and occupations. We already have seen some of the mechanics that really indicate that blockade is really strong, because it not only gives really strong penalties itself, it eliminates your ability to propagate control over the seas. Propagating controls over the seas seem to be the most robust way of doing it, and so by removing that on top of really negative effects, it's going to be strong, but we see it's also going to cause devastation. It has a rather huge impact on the location over time, reducing how much food and raw materials it produces, and the population over time. If you have high devastation or a loud car outside in any location in a province, the Age of Renaissance has an advance that enables direct cabinet action, where you can focus on recovering from devastation in a province until it's recovered fully. We'll see how good we think that action is. Ideally, you do not want to do any sort of war or conflict happening on your own lands. You want it, of course, overseas. Shout out to America. So we are going to have satisfaction decreased, or this is what's decreasing it, average satisfaction, but occupation. Notably, satisfaction, having cheap buy basket, in terms of consumer goods is going to help you for this, but expensive buy baskets give you more opportunities for profitable buildings. But a cheap buy basket implies you already have the profitable buildings, but it has to do with kind of what you have for consumption plus other things. Do I think EU5 will be a hit from what we've seen so far? I don't know about EU5. We're talking about Project Caesar. I can answer your question about Project Caesar, though. I think that Project Caesar will be amazing from what we've seen so far if the performance is okay. I think that based on what is publicly available in the Tinto talks, the kind of only question really is performance. I think that what they've done is they've taken kind of all the good things from all the games in the grand strategy game kind of library, and they've kind of put them into this Project Caesar, and they have left kind of a lot of the mechanics that are maybe less important for gameplay experience, but important on a performance budget, kind of in the behind in the other games, and so I think that there's a couple things going on that I think are really important in Project Caesar. One is everything is automatable, and so if you have an attention pie, in terms of what you like to pay attention to in games. If you don't like paying attention to something, you can automate it. Now, this depends on how good the automation is as well. And I think that kind of allows you to play your own game, however you want to play it. And it also allows you to kind of learn the game at a more leisurely pace, which is like, you don't have to learn every single mechanic before things start feeling good. You can automate most of the mechanics. And I think that this is kind of a critical thing. I also really like the anti-blobbing stuff that seems present in Project Caesar. Of course, Caesar, not EU5, yeah. EU5, that hasn't even been announced yet. I don't know when they're doing that or if they're thinking about that, but we're talking about Project Caesar. Due to devastation, it will also recover by 0.5 each month, and we can see some of the modifiers from devastation. These look pretty significant. Of devastation of 10% is giving these enormous negative modifiers. Pop promotion speed, migration attraction, raw materials output, population growth minus, food production, monthly literacy, monthly dev growth, life expectancy. Now, interesting, migration is intermarket, so if you're fighting someone within your market, giving a bunch of negative migration attraction to their locations by occupying it to push out migrants while simultaneously not actually trying to enforce the war might be a good way to gain pops. I really like the way pops are represented. Not too complex like in Vic 3, but important. Yeah, so Project Caesar is a whole lot less granular than Victoria 3. But Victoria 3, what they spend a lot of their performance budget on is tracking pops on the basis of buildings. So it's not the case that you track all individual shopkeepers, but you track... what Project Caesar does is, in a state, if someone's a shopkeeper effectively, it will pool all the shopkeepers together. So that's one pop. It only keeps track of just the one unit of shopkeepers. But what Victoria 3 does is it splits it for each building. And so if you have 15 different buildings that have shopkeepers, it will have 15 entities that the game needs to track instead, rather than having all unified kind of shopkeepers. But interestingly enough, the ownership class is now entirely unified. So they've made a bit of concession in that front, because in a single state, you will have owners that own bunches of different types of buildings in different locations, but they will all get paid out proportionate to each other. So they've released, to some extent, some of the granularity here, and I kind of prefer the way that they do it in Project Caesar. But if anything, I would rather have the granularity on the ownership pops, and I'd rather have all the machinists in a given state just get paid the exact same amount, and not have like granular tracking of different types of ones, which is important if you have ownership, pop ownership, but if you don't, it's not. Okay, one concept that has been in many of our previous grand strategy games is development. It has been used for various things, but in Project Caesar, development represents how cultivated the land is and how much of it is used by the pops living there. The higher the development, the more people can live there, the more it can be exploited. As mentioned in a previous Tinto talk, this is a value that the player mostly only has indirect control over, but you can have your cabinet working on improving development in an entire province at once, and a province is a group of locations. Development helps a fair bit in improving the quality of a location, but all of these values here are being constantly balanced, so we don't know what exactly is going to happen. We see that the dev is, a lot of this is coming from, or a lot of the flat value comes from the prosperity. So that's going to be important. And then seeing what it gives us, maximum RGO size, buildings cost. This is actually an important modifier for us to see, because we've seen building time, and we haven't seen this building cost modifier, or we did not recall seeing it. And this is something in terms of our spreadsheet that we have been concerned with tracking, because locations affect build time. But what ends up happening is there's still some stuff that we need to figure out in terms of build time and how this affects things, like if it creates buy orders over the course of the entire build, or this type of thing, in terms of stimulating the economy. In which case, actually, slow build times might be actually good, which is kind of a strange thing to think about. But coming back here, this build cost means that they have this modifier. They didn't show this modifier in the Tinto, where they talked about RGO build speed, and so that means that that modifier is going to be a little bit different. So we see build cost minus 5% is pretty significant. Distance to capital is also important. because this allows you to get more control. Maybe? I like it a lot better this way since you don't need to pay attention to things like profitability, etc. Yeah, there's no wages as well in Project Caesar here. Instead, money kind of gets paid out to the estates, so the estates pay for the goods. We kind of discovered that last session. We saw that they had changed it so estates pay for goods. And it's handled in this way. Nobody gets uber rich, but the estates get paid more based on like what their buildings are making, and then they pay for the goods, and with leftover money they can fund to buy new buildings, this type of stuff. And if your goods are expensive, your pops will get upset. Population capacity plus 85%. That's quite a bit. Oh, pop capacity. That's a huge amount based on 17. And the second follow-up is it multiplicative with terrain? So we will see, for example, 80% off of 17 development. We see pop capacity plus 250% here. If it's multiplicative with climate and topography, then that's an insane thing. And if it's not, that makes climate less important than it would otherwise be, because, you know, if you're expecting to get 50, let's say, yeah, you're expecting to get 50 development or something like this, that's roughly the equivalent of having Mediterranean, but that means that the Mediterranean bonus, rather than giving you plus 150%, right? Because this is bringing you from 100% to 150%, or to 250%, so that's plus 150%. Instead of that, if your baseline is already 250%, it's just plus 100%, which is still, or not even plus 100%. If you're already at 250%, it's plus 60% or something like this. Depending on how the modifiers stack, it's either going to make the modifiers more important or less important. With stuff like climate. We see supply limit is increased, blockade force required increased, institution growth, that is huge. Per value, it's 10% institution growth. Huge modifier to institution growth. Market attraction we see as well, which is, I think, it's going to be modified by various things. It's harder to pull other countries into your market, especially if they have a lot of market attraction or stuff like this. And markets will tend to form along country lines. Maximum stockpile capacity, life expectancy, construction speed. Construction speed, interesting. So we will almost certainly want to put dev in here in our RGO calculation. So let's put need dev as assumption, as a note for ourselves here, because this is seeming like it's going to be an important modifier. And then let's put Tinto Talk 29, if we end up putting it in. The numbers are subject to change, so we could put the formulas in, or we could wait until we have access of some kind. So take a look. We have, next up is roads, which are going to be important for propagating control. Tropical and subtropical adding so much seems off, considering how many people died of swamp diseases, e.g. malaria. Well, malaria kills people in a different mechanic, I believe, or on a different axis. But there's, I mean, the equator, around the equator, really large populations can and were historically supported. Plus 3,400 jobs in RGO sounds huge for 17 devs. Yeah, what does that extend to? If we assume that each RGO, if we think that each RGO is 100. We've seen a lot of buildings that have 100 workers. If we think each RGO... Wait, is this actually 3,400? I'm trying to think if this means RGO workers or RGOs themselves. I feel like it's RGO workers and you get 2 levels per dev, but if it's RGOs itself, that's a lot of cheddar. That's a lot of goods. And we know that it does affect RGO size though. So let's put RGO size in here. Any predictions on a release date for Project Caesar? I don't think I could talk about it. Alright, we see roads. We have had roads in many of our former games, and this game we will also have roads. They all lead to Rome. In Project Caesar, this includes one of the most in-depth systems of roads we have ever made. A road is basically a connection between 2 land locations that reduce proximity calculations from 20 to 40. So let's put that in. Roads cut proximity calculation in half. And importantly, we have noticed that it's 1/8 for, if I recall correctly, do we not have, if you have max maritime presence, I think it was 5 to move, right? I think it's 5 to move in maritime, and maritime is also, yeah, so if you have 0, yeah, this is right. That's where the 1/8 comes from. Where, let's find it. I can't believe 1/8 that doesn't find the thing. I think it's in control. But it takes movement cost to disembark from a port and embark from a port, but 5 to move through land if you have 100% maritime presence. If you have 0, it's the full 40, and the road brings it from 40 to 20. And so if you can run things through the sea, this will be really valuable, but it will leave you vulnerable to blockades if you're running your entire economy through the ocean. Is pop growth modified by anything we've seen so far? By having an extra food, we'll be modifying it. So this makes it oblique, and having available land, and I'm assuming that is like, has to do with what the population is relative to capacity, but also possibly what RGO is relative to capacity. I assume it's what population is relative to capacity, but seeing that, you know, we get a huge modifier to, population capacity based on development. Pushing up development in its own way will push up population, right? So there will be multiple things converging that affect things. And maybe we can get more organized here, because we have like population, and we don't have that dev increases it. Dev 2. I think you can build roads in later ages, they said. Build better roads. I believe they said that as well. I believe that there might be... Well... They get to an era of time in which railroads had been around for quite a while, right? So it would not be unreasonable to think that one of the upgrades for roads might be railroads. Another study session on Saturday. No wonder this man's hair has gone basically. Basically. Increased movement speed for armies. Now, it might sound like it might be a lot of micromanagement if we use the way railroads were built in Victoria 2, or how roads were built in Imperator, but we have a few easy ways to build road or upgrade networks Here in Calamar, we have selected, and we are looking at a building to road. Everything in this game just seems hyper usable in terms of the like player experience and user interface. But here we have selected Calamar, and we are looking to build a road to Idre, which is in Norway at the start of the game. You can always build a road into the location of any country that has a positive opinion of you, so road networks will be connected via trade. The green locations are locations you can afford to build a road from Calamar to at the moment. Striped locations are locations with a road network. The white outline locations are proposed path for between Calamar and Idre. So we can see here that there's you can look at multiple paths and ways of getting to a given location and decide how you're going to build the road and this type of thing. And the road cost is going to be really heavily influenced, really heavily influenced by both vegetation, where plus 200%, for example, going through the jungle, or desert plus 100%. This is going to be really prohibitive. Going through the forest plus 50%. This is build cost. And then also topography will have an enormous effect where, you know, moving through mountains, for example, will plus 200% again here. Plateau, hill, this type of thing. So that's going to be something that is pretty substantive. And so what it will do is it will, we assume, calculate the cost, and it will try and build you a low-cost route, or some of the routes might be lower cost and some might just be more direct. I'm not sure if it takes more propagation to go through mountains or not, but okay. I think that we maybe can note that huge cost modifiers on topography and vegetation. Could ziplines be an upgrade to roads? Were ziplines, when were they invented? Are roads connected to each other, or just each location is separate? I'm not sure if they connect to each other, or if you have them built in a given location and the location will connect to any adjacent place with a similar sized road. I'm not sure how the game is internally going to think through that. So South America is basically fucked. South America is expensive. Not necessarily fucked, but also, if you're exporting your goods out of South America, and you control the merchants and you're exporting them to the old world, the prices of those things are going to get very expensive. So you might be making a lot of money as well, such that proportionate to your income, a road is similar compared to what it might be in the old world. But yeah, okay, South America's fucked. To clarify here, a privateer is a pirate sponsored by a specific country. Thanks for the clarification. The ability to sponsor privateers have several ways to unlock. First of all, every nation has access to an advance in the age of absolutism called Letters of Marque that reduces the cost for privateers and making them sturdier. There's also unique advances in the age of discovery for some countries that allow them to hire privateers, if you pick diplomatic focus in Age of Renaissance, you can have the possibility to recruit privateers that early. That is a bit early. We assume Great Britain. Great Britain was one of the prolific privateer kind of, or the famous pirates, I guess, were British. Sponsoring a privateer can be done in an area. It costs about 250 sailors per privateer, and 10 sailors each month. They are active. A privateer in an area, depending on its current strength, can reduce the maritime presence of all non-friendly countries in a sea zone in that area. This hurts relations with them and gives you away, and will give them a casus belli on you, though. So how do you fight privateers? Well, you have fleets of your own in that area, and they will actively reduce the capacity of those pirates. Galleys are a bit better than heavies at hunting pirates, but light ships are by far the best at dealing with pirates, where a single light ship is about 10 times as effective as a heavy at the start of the game. That is interesting. I don't think we have a thing for Navy. Let's put it next to this. I don't think we're going to take note of that, though. I don't think that that's too crazy. It is interesting. We know that ships are going to have different functions and this type of stuff. We see some Swedish privateers. Technically, zip lines existed for like 5,000 thousands of years. Maybe they were their first road. My favorite part of this very aspect of the game is the way colonizing for goods is so valuable and the establishment of trade routes around the world. Yeah, I think hunting for particular goods is going to feel really rewarding. Whereas, like, Victoria 3 economy is just about volume, not any sense of exploration or acquisition or this type of thing. But also, once you play Project Caesar, it might feel different. You need sailors for your privateers. This is a situation in the latter half of the 16th century where piracy will start to grow in certain areas of the map. Pirates also have a chance to spawn from locations of pirate covens. These are the buildings that peasants will build in coastal locations where control is very low. Womp womp. This is an example, Connor, talking about having control, ownership of low control locations. Building privateers will make it harder to be effective and will even decrease your ability to have control. General doing Theorycraft equals launch soon and early access videos soon. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just here to talk about the game, man. That's wildly speculative and inappropriate. Okay. Let's take a look. Is the last of the 4 types railroad? Okay, so we can confirm the railroad question here. Good evening, Hat Rainier. Well, not launch, but I mean announcement that it's Stellaris 2, the true game, the true successor of Rome, Stellaris. A really late game tech that will allow ambitious technocrat to sink a disproportionate amount of ducats in an uneconomic vanity project. This is Great Britain during the middle part of the 19th century. Investors got burned investing overseas. They didn't like it. There wasn't really that many investment opportunities, but there was a ton of capital in Great Britain. So they just massively overbuilt the railroads, and they were all just wildly unprofitable because there's way too much shipment of goods. So we see a non-dev thing. Yuck. Naked map mode that shows the world in 3D as God intended. Yuck. 3D worlds. Have we seen 3D in any of the Tinto talks? I'm not sure we have. Oh my god. Okay, you can see roads. This is so many questions. Oh, these are everyone asking if you can see them on the map. Alright, perfect. If we fix support for Navy-based countries, they would be great fun for that. Playing Pirates of the Caribbean. Pirate republics. Notably, we can have unlanded playable countries, so the notion of playing a pirate nation that doesn't actually own any land is theoretically possible here in Project Caesar. Someone commented, wow, everyone's favorite. Was the interesting new development of the new game. I can already see the path to being one of the best Paradox games. Hopefully this game won't turn out to be something devastating. This guy's got jokes. Life expectancy affects characters in a location, not pops. Oh, interesting. I guess we'll just have to keep this in mind. Do we have a section for characters? We have cabinet. That's something that's worth noting. The idea is that a minister living it up in Versailles is likely to live a bit longer than one station in an undeveloped warden frontier. Yeah, but what about the syphilis? Oh, I guess you have healthcare. Yeah, sound off. I'm looking forward to play Victorian Hearts of Stellaris Crusaders 3. For Project Caesar, I'm actually super excited about the notion of like a Victorian era mod where companies are simulated with nations that don't have locations, right? Because it can allow you to have nations without locations, and banks operate just like that. And I actually think that as a mechanic, these stateless or locationless nations actually are like perfect for simulating what is it? What a company is. Removing roads. In theory, it could be added, but removing roads is rather time-consuming in real life. Yeah, you don't really do that. I don't think the roads have any maintenance, so you would just be making it slower for enemies to march through you, I guess. You're not building them in friendly countries, you are connecting to them. Yep, okay. So with devastation, would it be possible to turn metropolises into small towns? Well, yes, not very nice, though. Yeah, everyone's always asking the genocide questions. Something about a bug. Someone is taking a look at this. Where's Pavia's response? So the first iteration of development map mode, something that is not trivial to calculate because answering the question of how much developed was each location in 1337 is complex. Yeah, Pavia is super bright. Shout out to Pavia. The way we crafted this first iteration was by setting the highest value we wanted for the most developed location in the world, which we considered to be Beijing, as being the main capital of Yuan, a very, very impressive place by all accounts of contemporary travelers. After that, we discussed, coming from our experience of map-making research progress, some regional champions, Paris, Cairo, Delhi, and from there we radiated decreasing development values into neighboring areas and regions. These values are also automatically adjusted by the different terrain types, each one having a positive or negative value, and then we made some manual adjustments based on factors we weren't considering, like soil fertility. And the last step was adding specific values to certain locations to round up relative consistency, albeit not perfect. We think this is a decent system. So let's actually maybe take a look at kind of what's going on here. Wow, China is just super built. What a brick house. Of course they need that amount of development to support the pops. Can you name your top 3 reasons why Albania will be the first and only nation you play in the EU5? I mean, EU5's still got to get announced. We don't know if they're even working on it. I don't know what you mean. The funny reasons, though, whenever anyone asks something Balkans, is just pointing out that the Balkans people get upset when you talk smack. Surely it's because Albania will be a challenge because it has no development, though. Ayo, bang bang, shots fired. I completely didn't think about the modding scene. Hopefully someone makes a 1444 mod. I imagine someone will. I don't think it'd be too difficult. But we see Italy is pretty well developed up here. We know they wanted to have Paris developed. It's pretty developed up here in Antwerp. That must have been one of the areas they wanted to juice. We see Cairo has development. Constantinople doesn't look all that well developed. Wow, it's just, this is part of the Yuan dynasty, but like you move, I guess this is the desert. You move into the desert and just absolutely falls off a cliff. That makes 100% sense, yeah. Every week Pavia's workload increases, this is true. You don't build a road in location, you build it between 2 locations. Okay, this answers the question. Roads are built between locations. So that answers the question someone else was asking. Gravel roads in many places. Can you build roads through passageways at locations like the Saharas? Yes. Oh, interesting. But no one owns these lands. It can be useful for... I think it helps, it makes it easier for you to run trade through it, so that would make sense for trade. Can we mod in new road types other than the 4 mentioned? The person who mentioned ziplines will be very excited to know. We can, in fact, improve him. Time to fight the Opium Wars, 400 years early, basically. Talk about the century of humiliation. Don't you mean the millennium? Will there be a counter of civilian losses in a war? Fight wars outside your own lands? Certainly makes sense. But you'll have attrition? I think you might have attrition in your own territory anyways. Devastation shouldn't just increase because a province is occupied, it's a more factor of armies being stationed there. Access to local goods being potentially cut off by occupation, etc. Yeah, those will be more significant. Interesting. on the devastation. I think they said they were going to make a drop-off in the borders of China for development less binary. The drop-off in borders for China for development less binary. Well, I mean, to some extent, I mean, the second you hit, like, the desert steppes in, like, Mongolia, it being a drop-off does kind of make a lot of sense. If you build a road into another country location, how's the price calculated? Do we share the cost? You pay. You always pay. They already send money to rebels. Peasants also build hideouts with low control and create bandits and even supply nearby rebels. They already send money to rebels. So the meta might be, if we take a look at France's map, can we? Yeah. So France starts out in an interesting situation because they have this huge hodgepodge of subjects. Doing this type of thing actually might make a lot of sense, where you have kind of a center of your empire, and then everything on the periphery, where you have lower control, you release as other nations, with the idea being that you don't have to deal with the low control, and having, if something has low control or no control, it will functionally be, like, it'll have no value. Like, if we set control, the relative value of having some control to 0, it just makes the thing, like, worthless if you don't have it. In terms of the tax income, we have to revamp this spreadsheet, though. Why not build a road in every place? Time and gold, yep. We are back to estate privileges, just mainly being a selectable bonuses like EU4 from the original estates dev diary. I got the impression that privileges mainly benefited the estates themselves, but you may feel forced to grant them to get support. Well, they need to have some effect, else there's no difference between them, yeah. What influences cost of a road? We've already talked about terrain. Development is another one. They slowly disappear when privateers go bankrupt. Interesting. In terms of the sponsor. Somewhat similar to CK3. What mechanics specifically? Releasing subjects? Bad map painting, though. Yeah. I mean, Johan was pretty specific that he wanted this to be less map painting. Timur won't be good for the development of a bunch of places. For a second, I thought this was a Magic the Gathering reference instead of, like, Timur Lane, right? Navy-based tags, but you didn't know what you could do with it. Would it be possible to have playable pirate nations? Yes, it would. Captain Jack Sparrow. We'll talk about it later this autumn. He's got a plan out. This, of course, was in 2024, so not this autumn. I think that we're not going to get too much more out of this, in terms of what we see. Why are the Baltics so developing? Aren't those lands non-tribal only for 150 years? There was doubled add to their setup. Classic buffing the Baltics. Let's say you build a road from the northern France to Marseille in the south of France. Other locations along the road will be able to use it, right? And if you were to later build a road from the north of France to Italy, it would be able to use part of the already built road, decreasing the costs. That is about 20 roads. I think that the way you're going to use roads is going to be like branches or a route system where you're going to have like a main thoroughfare, and then you're going to branch out from there as you get more money in order to try and establish more control over the locations you have. Let's see. Two comments. You've got a fair point regarding the difference amongst regions. We use them as a basis to set the development, and they're basically functionally units for map-making purposes. Our plan is the future, after we finish map reviews, have more accurate provinces and areas by then, making this an easier task. Also have a huge impact on the map, which will be more fine-tuned thinking before further iterations. So they're probably working on the further iterations, because we know that they've updated the maps. This is just the situation of the starting setup, which is necessarily abstracted simulation of reality in 1337. Just after the game starts, it will organically diverge, meaning by the means described by Johan in the main post at the location level. Okay, Pavi is writing. So let's say even if you have a more country-wide modifier on prosperity as market fares, then its effect on the development of each location will be different, and it will be affected in turn by different terrain and other modifiers. So let's say you make general decisions, but those will have usually a granular effect. There's a lot of depth, I think, with a lot of these systems, without necessarily a lot of complexity. I don't think the decisions are super complicated, but like the decisions you make will affect a lot of things, which is one of the like elegances of Victoria 3. Interesting comment by Johan here. I prefer important places to have high development. Oh wait, I thought he said it. I prefer important places to high development, but he's to have, yeah. But if a place has a specifically like a good RGO, I imagine pushing the development in that area is going to be more valuable, just as a general kind of heuristic. Let's get into the next step diary here. Conquest. Welcome, happy Wednesday, etc. We'll talk about how Conquest works. Integrating new locations you have conquered will work. With Conquest, we are talking about how you take territory through warfare. For the actual military campaigns, I recommend reading Tinto Talks 22, 23, 24. So we see Casus Belli here. To start a war makes many feel you need a Casus Belli for it, which we will refer to as CB for the rest of the talk. If you lack a CB and start a war, you will gain some aggressive expansion and lose some stability. While this might be something you always want, it'll be more lenient to recover from instead of spending precious paper mana in EU4. However, there are multiple ways to get a CB in-game. Now, Project Caesar does not have the Fabricate Claim button that magically creates a CB on any nation, nor do we have a system of claims, but you have several different options to get a CB. First, there is the old-school way of getting one from an event. This may not cater to anyone's playing style as it's too random, but if it was good enough for your parents back in the day, then it's loud enough to be a car outside. Secondly, we have the option of calling a parliament and asking them to come up with a valid reason for war against a nearby country. This is powerful, but unless you have high crown power, you may need to negotiate with your estates for the backing. And parliaments cannot be called every month either. Democracy is not even invented yet. Shout out to democracy. Except, isn't it? We're talking about Athens, brother. Finally, we have a way of creating the CB when there is a more or less legitimate way to one. First of all, creating a CB on a country requires that you have a spy network on the target country, similar to how claim fabrication works in EU4. But you also need to have some sort of reason to create the CB you want. If you, let's say, play Denmark and want to take Skåne back from Sweden, you have cores on it, you can create Conquer cores CB on them, or if you use different privateers and seer zones where you have maritime presence, or if they've used rather, you can create a CB on them. There are 50 plus different CBs you can create depending on circumstances, including everything from Flower War, shout out to Flower Power, for countries of the Nahuatl religion, dissolving the Tartar yoke for tributaries under the international organization, or humiliating rivals, our personal favorite. But humiliating rivals maybe doesn't let you take territory. Often that's the case in these other games, but no CB is best CB is true. God, I can't wait for a war score system. Like, EU4's war resolution system is like so much better than Victoria 3's. Democracy is long lost art at that point. Some ancient tech. Yeah, democracy back in that time wasn't even really very good democracy. War goals. Whether you decide that a small border adjustment is needed or you wish to wage total war, you will need to pick which war goal you want to pursue. Different CBs will allow you to pick different war goals, and the war goal you pick impacts the cost of conquest as well. So, humiliate might not let you take provinces. A conquer CB will make taking land cheaper, while a humiliation CB will make them more expensive. Yeah. A war goal for a province requires you to occupy the entire province, while naval superiority war goal will give you a bonus score for blockading the enemy and defeating their navy if possible. If your war goal is fulfilled, the war score from it ticks up to a maximum of 25, and the total impact from battles can be 50. So while occupations and blockades have no cap and can reach 100 war score, and while occupations and blockades have no cap and can reach 100 war score if possible. What do you mean if possible if you said that there's no cap? Does occupation just have a flat amount, depending on the value of the state? Conquest or blockade? Interesting. In Project Caesar, therefore, every war is not necessarily a total war, like some previous games we have made. If the war goal is not fulfilled, it is only possible to get a 100% war score if the winning side controls all the losing side's locations, and the losing side controls no towns or cities. Okay. So controlling maximum 100. Why does they have no cap? They can reach over 100 if possible. What does this mean? If it's possible to reach over 100, then this is just incoherent, right? This is just contradicting. Maybe we'll get more answers in the pinned or the upvoted comments. This means if you have your war goal taken care of, winning some important battles and occupying some land, you will be able to force a reasonable peace on someone. Independence of Calpe, conquest cost for attacker. Conquer cost for attacker. I assume this is in the how much war score you need, and this is the AE. We often think of AE or infamy as the cost of a conquest, but that's going to be probably in war score. Integration. So what do you do then when you have signed a peace and get some new land for your country? First of all, it's not as simple as a location being a core or not. Project Caesar has introduced a new system of integration for locations. There are 4 states of integration in the game. First of all is conquered locations, which have high separatism, lower control, and make pops unlikely to convert or assimilate. The important part, lower control. This is a state of any location you conquer that is not a core of yours. When a location becomes integrated, separatism drops to 1/5 previous levels. So let's maybe kind of think through this a little bit. So conquered. What is this? High separatism. High separatism, low control, low assimilation, and conversion. So it means that if it was capped at 100, if enemy occupied 40 worth of provinces of yours, you'd have 60. But if it has no cap, it can just be 100, even if you just occupied or blockaded. Just an assumption. I think it's unclearly written. Okay. When a location becomes integrated, separatism drops, and control has a higher maximum. So integrated separatism 1/5, higher control max, and then core minimum control is higher, control higher maximum. Sorry. Yeah, we did put that in like that. And then core is higher control minimum. We'll just put that, because I think it's at higher on both the religion and the assimilated. Minorities stagnate. Accepted cultures grow more. Oh, this is cultures. Minorities stagnate. Interesting. Now, integrated, the control ceiling is not being increased by core is an interesting one. So what we're primarily getting is the stagnation of minorities if they are present. Accepted culture pops grow faster. Oh, this just means more pop growth too. Right? At least how it's written. So that's going to be pretty strong as well. Do you think the franchise should be renamed into Europa Universalis to Albania Universalis? Who's to say it hasn't been? Certainly not me. What is separatism then? Where it is the reduction of satisfaction for pops that are not part of the primary culture. Separatism reduces satisfaction of non-primary culture. Okay. If a location becomes core automatically if it's integrated or colonial, and at least 50% of the pops are primary or accepted culture. Core if 50% primary or accepted. Seems like cores aren't too important, but integrating is. Yeah, I would agree. Because the control max seems like a very important modifier. Maybe we should go back through this and highlight some things. But yeah, this seems like the overall important thing, but it also depends on how much pop growth you're getting. If the pop growth is absolutely insane on the cores, then maybe the cores are more critical. Or maybe it becomes better to have 3 core states and 6 conquered states than it would be to have 6 integrated states and 3 conquered states. Something like this, like if you're looking at it from that perspective. Like if you can do 6 upgrades total. Separatism is the reduction of satisfaction. A location becomes core. Max control plus 20%. Holy shit, that's a lot. That's a lot. Beneficial to get your locations to become your cores, yeah. How do you integrate a location then? Well, this is the challenge of Project Caesar, as you do not have any magic paper mana to spend on it, but instead, you may use one of the members of your cabinet to integrate. At the start of the game, cabinet members can integrate an entire province at once, but in the age of absolutism, you have an advance that'll let you integrate an entire area. Integration is a cabinet action. That is kind of rough. So that means you're going to be gated heavily by cabinet. This integration is not instant, but dependent on many factors, like the status of population living in the locations affected, but on average, integrating a province may take between 25 and 50 years. Brother, say goodbye to blobbing. It's a province. It's an entire province, so it's a bunch of locations, but this means you're probably going to have to pick and choose to some extent. Alright, the integration is not instant, but it depends on factors, 25 to 30 years. And what are all of these factors then? Okay, we get cabinet action integrating a month. Power projection. We see some things, cultural influence. Also, having culture and power projection seem good, important. I'd assume you aren't going to hit max control too much, but separatism seems scary if you can be cut by fifth. Yeah, but if you're at 60% control, getting up to 80% control, that's still like a 33% increase effectively in the tax value of the state. That's a really big one. Rip the world conquests, unless you get like events or this type of thing, that seems like a huge throttle. Like, you can't overcome that with gold, right? That's a really expensive investment from the cabinet. And it makes... I mean, the cabinet can really help you develop provinces you already have as well. So, you conquer a new state. It's not going to be that valuable. And then you need to put the... Or it's going to be less valuable without the cabinet. That's really... kind of an expensive thing. Let's see the reaction score here. Yeah, you're capped at 10 cabinet members. Yeah, so at a certain point you can't do... You can't integrate everything. Or once you have like a ton of cabinet members and then an absolutism, you can integrate really fast. Ah, here we go. I feel like I won't be able to get any territory at productivity near my starting for a lot of the campaign. Yeah, you won't be able to conquer the entire Western Europe in 50 years and have it cored. Womp womp. To be fair, it's more realistic. It absolutely is. Ludi said you could get really low mountain power early game. Not sure Ludi should be saying that. I meant if it's not in a Tinto talk, you get really low manpower early game. Is that in a Tinto talk? I mean, I guess everything scales. Okay, yeah. Everything scales. Like where a regular at the start of the game is only 100 units, and by the end it's like 3,200 or something like this. If that's what he means by manpower, but manpower proportionate to costs of a regiment, that's a different thing. Well, I get free cores on things like Ottomans or Constantinople through decision, or I guess Castile free integrating Aragon, or Poland free integrating Lithuania. No. No free cores. No freebies. Areas are pretty bad though, so it's not or pretty big though, so it's not too bad. Yeah. Once you get absolutism. So once absolutism takes place, you can really start rolling. A couple people laughing. Crying laughing. You'll be able to force peace at 100% war score, though even though you occupy maybe 25% of the country and have won most of the battles, war goal, etc. Okay. Glad to see that separatism only arises from non-primary pops. In EU4 it feels so awkward when playing e.g. Karabakh and conquer Armenian core provinces from QQ that have provinces get a huge amount of separatism to restore Armenia. Yeah, the pop system gives us far more granularity, so we can do this. Looks like an area slightly larger than a Vic 3 state. For a province, yeah. His leaks are subtle, but it's there. Yeah, I mean... You can... If one were to have extra information, they can imply stuff rather... Well, anyways. The lack of control and separatism makes it unnecessary. No overextension, I guess. Lack of control makes it... And separatism. So this is the axis that's going to stop you from world conquesting is the separatism and lack of control. You're going to get both separatism and rebels spawning. So the separatism makes the pops mad, and the lack of control makes them rich, and then they rev. And so you'll get doom whacked by the rebels and this type of thing. Given that integrating a province can take 50 years, can we pause it? Have the cabinet member do something else more urgent than return? Yes, it can be paused. That's good. In EU5, it took 50 years, which was like 1/5 at release. Or sorry, in EU3, it took 50 years. Yeah, EU3 was a different beast. That was my first game. Gotta feed generalist live streams to AI to search for leaks. Not like this. Not like this. What'll stop us from engaging some prime border gore? Will there be a penalty for provinces in the way that allows snaking? Control and proximity makes that non-ideal. They finally introduced an anti-border gore mechanic. Early game, you'll be able to expand slowly and mostly within your culture group, but tons of subjects speed that up. This eventually will pick up as the action itself gets more powerful, or you can accept more cultures. It sure feels like a great tool for curbing snowballing, making you extra powerful in the first 100 years of the camp. Oh, I thought he responded no to this for a second, so I was trying to read to see what he said no to, but he said yes. I was like, this sounds like Johan's points exactly. I think it should be really expensive to take things which are not the war gold. That is always more expensive, but you'll see more about it next week. Okay. It's finally possible to spell out my intentions in a war rather than just wargle. I want one location and annexing the whole country. Now I get to actually set out my whole intention instead of relying on CB that only suggests limited intent, while at the same time the actual limited intent makes things much faster for small border skirmishes. That is the intent with the design. This design should absolutely be how Victoria 3 operates. You should, like, declare a certain type of war, and then resolving the war is cheaper or more expensive or easier or more difficult based on if you are actually trying to enforce the things that you asked for. And it should, like, it should be really hard to enforce anything for something crazy. And there should just be a multitude of, like, different types of things. NWAGS0604, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Need an EU3 live stream. We might do EU4 on the 22nd. We'll have to think through that. If cabinet member dies, all that happens is that the progress is a bit slower until you assign a new member. That's true for all cabinet actions. Wait, what's this? What happens if the integration gets interrupted? A cabinet member dies. Do we lose all progress? Can you willfully interrupt an integration to do something better? If a cabinet member... Bro, if you still get progress, even if you don't assign a new member... The meta is going to be assigning cabinet members and then killing them off. If there's any way to kill off cabinet members. The murder integration mechanic. What wargle when you use no CB nations. Then you have a much more expensive resolution if you know CB. Do the current tags start with all their locations 100% cored, or will different tags have different levels of integration pre-1337? Many have locations at conquered at status, and some at integrated. Fascinating. Okay. Recovering stability in Project Caesar is more similar to EU3 than EU4. That is a matter of time, not a matter of mana spending. But there are narratives from events and situations that give you, that can give you CBs. Is integration only possible through cabinet action? What happens when you annex a subject of yours? How do those territories start out on the scale? Depends on level of integration had, the culture of the locations of the type of subject, whether or not you get integrated or conquered or cores. So there are no more automatic CBs? No. Do pops which are accepted gonna get converted over time? No, accepted cultures never convert, as accepted cultures are part of your nation. Yeah. Sound off. What the hell? Too soon here. I'm once again out asking for a towns and cities map mode. Seems we really need more than 2 cabinet members at the beginning of the game. Hey, the slapdown. You'll eat your anti-snowball mechanics and you'll like it. Sit down and interact with country building mechanics that aren't blobbing. If one decides to use the best CDB, does that mean there will be no war goal to fulfill? So you'll have to rely more on general aggression to extract the peace deal. You won't presumably be able to take less stuff since there will be no discounts that CBs will provide. Yes, that's correct. Perfect. I don't think that's one we need to focus on. If you lose integrated court province or rebels in a war, do I need to integrate it again after recapturing? Integrated, yes. Your integration level will slowly tick down every month. But that's just based on having enough pops there. That's not the expensive one, which is cores. I imagine you'll just really want to core extremely strong RGOs or like locations then. And you'll want to push integration on the other one. So like integration, coming back to this, entire province, oh no wait, integration's the hard one to get. The core is the one where you get pop primary or accepted. Oh, the integration's the expensive one. Yeah, that's rough. So you conquer a gold mine, but you're getting like 20% less control cap. I guess there are going to be other ways to get or push control that are cheaper than integration, tying up a cabinet member for 25 to 50 years. We will get things that can make integration faster or slower. Will your entire population get mad at you? Will your own population get mad at you for unjustified warfare? Yes. Conquest will be easier, but you'll want to do it less often. Alleviating 2 problems, frustrating EU4 wars and snowballing, quite ingenious as the intended goal. The actual war is easier, but the costs of taking territory are now way higher. And so the ease of resolving the war is no longer the throttle as much as the mechanics, the underlying mechanics preventing you from snowballing are. Impossible without integrating the cabinet. No events, no nothing. Unless we see some type of update. But he seems pretty firm on this, at least in this dev diary here. Okay, I don't think we're going to get anything more out of this. So we're going to go on to the next Tinto talks. 31, the peace system. Something we kind of have beef with Victoria 3. I'm not a fan of the enforce below 0 mechanic and the way pieces are kind of enforced in Vic 3. Welcome to another Happy Wednesday, etc. Much codename Project Caesar. Last week we talked about wars and war goals. Peace offers. To extend an offer to negotiate peace, you need to, with either the leader or the other side, or if you are the leader on your side, you need to negotiate a separate peace or with a single independent country on the other side. Separate pieces, what's that like? One thing that is important to note, that if you declare a war for a war goal to conquer a certain province, that you cannot take any land unless you take the war goal in the peace deal. So you have to take the war goal, is interesting. To be able to take land, you also have to need control over the province capital. This is reminiscent of Imperator. A peace offer will consist of a series of treaties that have a total value of up to 100 peace cost. Of course, there's other side would have to agree, and they are very likely to not accept anything where the peace cost is higher than the current war score. Peace in our time, not like this. Peace treaties, call an ambulance, but not for me. Progress should halt and slowly decrease unless a new cabinet member is assigned. Yeah. A peace treaty can transfer be in pieces with this ambulance. A peace treaty can be the transfer of a location, province, or area. Those are very different in scope. It can also force another country to stop spending privateers or transferring gold to you, or dismantling fortifications of the province, humiliating them, or any other dozens upon dozens. So at least 24 possible peace treaties, or hyperbole. The cost of each treaty depends on a variety of factors, whether it's part of the war goal or not, the population, the type of treaty, and so on. So excited to see like all these little different mechanics informing like the values of stuff. Where like if you just want to like play the game, you can just like look at the piece cost of the thing and not really think about it. But then if you want to understand stuff at depth, you know, you can be like, oh, areas with low control are better for us to go for because they'll be easier to enforce on, this type of thing. You know. So, aggressive expansion. Aggressive expansion is one of the drawbacks of strengthening your own country ahead of others. Taking territory is one of the easiest ways to increase it, while taking land impacts your own country a fair bit, but it also impacts the opinions of other countries near the source of aggressive expansion for a fair bit. If your AE gets high enough, countries with low enough opinion of you might form a coalition. I think they changed the system, so now the coalition is based on... yeah, the aggressive expansion got overhauled, so we maybe can kind of skim over this. In the like one of the overhaul mechanics that got overhauled, so we won't spend more time looking at that. War exhaustion. Now it's antagonism, I think was the name of the mechanic, and it's a matter of having higher base antagonism with some countries, like if you disagree with their politics or religion or this type of thing. This stream is sponsored by Ambulance Service. Shout out. Boop, boop. Man, can't wait to see what performance is like for EU5. That is the big question, isn't it, Scrooge? That is the big question. Because this game looks jam-packed, right? The question is performance. Yep. When it comes to how willing a nation is to fight, much comes down to their war enthusiasm. Also, welcome to the stream, Scrooge. If this is higher than the AI is unlikely to accept a peace that is not favorable to them, this is determined by the state of the country, with war exhaustion, control of the capital, military strength, and other big factors. For the leader of a side in the war, the overall military balance is a huge factor as well. And we see a lot of things affecting enthusiasm. We see base amount, war exhaustion, military balance, casus belli, and making gains, length of war, not occupied, occupied, military strength. Boho really wants to continue the war. Indeed they do. We get war participation. Oh, what a world it would be like to have war participation be a mechanic in Victoria 3. That way you can't just play as a subject of Great Britain and just conquer everyone by declaring war on them, inviting Great Britain in, and just having Great Britain, having a mummy do everything for you. Most of the time you bring allies to help you in a war, but they expect to be rewarded for the part that they pull. The war participation is how much a country has contributed to the progress of the war. Man, this is like... This is done primarily through battles, blockades, and sieges. You may sometimes have to convince your allies to join an offensive war that you are starting, and thus you can promise them part of the spoils of war. If the part that they gain from signing peace is less than their participation, they will get upset, naturally. Stay tuned, as next we'll talk about the conflicts in the world that do not involve declarations of war and negotiations of peace. Shout out to conflict. They renamed it to antagonism. Performance will be fine. CK3 works fine in the same engine with more UI, animation, events. Bold of you to assume that there's not more animations that we have yet to see. Bold assumption. We do see... I'm once again responding to this image until you show us a town and cities map mode of the world so far. Blue is town, green is city. That's actually very cool. See a lot of towns and cities in Italy. Holy snapples. Are you saying war participation doesn't matter in Vic 3? That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that Vic 3's entire diplopay, both the declaration and escalation to war and the resolution, are really kind of frustrating. As the mechanic I want reworked the most. I would have preferred it to actually making trade like good, which they're doing in 1.9. I think trade being good might have been my second choice though, and then Navy getting reworked being third. So, sad to see there's no two-way peace deals. Yeah, it's not really something that's feasible to do. AI logic for it would have to be very complex, and all of our previous negotiation systems like that have been exploitable, even when blindfolded. Is this shade? This seems like shade a little bit. Victoria 3 allows for the swapping of peace deals, but Victoria 3 tends to be an all or nothing in force, because you can either tick them below 0 or you can't. But maybe if you're both at 0 for an extended period of time, you can trade war goals in a way that's exploitable. We actually haven't really tried to exploit that too much in Vicky, and maybe that's the case. Monetary promise. This is one of the great goals of the game, to have alliances less static. I wonder if the new antagonism system creates opportunistic alliances that fall apart as the antagonistic party gets cut down to size or is not as problematic. Having them be less static, definitely having to renegotiate alliances and this type of stuff makes the game more interesting. Can you add two-sided peace treaties where the defender will get something called compensation for money, land, or etc.? It's one of those, this sounds like a damn good idea, which ends up with a lot of development time required and ends up worse for the user, as balance is almost impossible. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's any game other than Victoria 3 that I'm aware of that allows trading of war goals. Here. Yeah, but the calculator on Caesar is way, way more than CK3, not to mention larger map size. Isn't this a game like a mod for Mayu and EU4 after all? Yeah, that's kind of what everyone said. Mayu and Taxes, it's been too long since I played it for me to comment on it. About as frustrating as the EU4 system is, frankly, still a fixed 100-point cap, still the same AE effect as always, with no level of nuance. I'm disappointed. Yeah. The best. The EU4 is my favorite peace deal resolution system, by far. And so the fact that they're just kind of porting it over... I think my Tinto talk where I covered this was like, yep, it's just EU4, guys. It's almost impossible to trade war goals except with cut down to size. That war goals gives plus 100, so you can offer and force that you can get almost anything. Interesting. Connor trying not to mention the transfer EIC exploit. So it's technically possible to have the system Ottoman conquest of Egypt and Levant in a single war, or just have it come through a magical post-war effect like the bespoke war goal that lets them accomplish that. Have to use peace treaty. Currently at the start of the game, Egypt has low control and the entire Levant and Syria is less than 50 war score. This is a really interesting one. Because they have low control in the area, it's really cheap to conquer from war score perspective. The challenge here is not how do I get lots of territory, but how do I handle lots of territory. I freaking love this from a design philosophy perspective. It's just too hard for you to establish control. And so what you would have to do as the Ottomans is you would maybe conquer the Levant and then release it as its own country. Right, in order to try and manage this, because you just can't manage the control. You'll get too much separatism. You'll get too much, what else? Because you have low control, the rebels will get a ton of money. They'll spawn privateers. They'll spawn rebels. And it'll just be counterproductive. It'll be more expensive to hold on to it than the value you extract from it, which will be zero because you have no control. Or it'll be long-term. Eventually you get some control, so... yeah. They should add a purchase truce for gold like CK3 or tribute. Macbert, what are you doing? Is this a spamming the chat thing? How will the battles be on screen? Like two soldiers fighting each other? Something more. Can we have a list of all the different types of peace treaties that the game's supposed to have so far? Many are 100% script like these. Abandoned colonies, abandoned piracy. Cancelled debt's an interesting one. Claim Confederation leadership. Disband Contour. Dismantle fort. Dismantle fort maybe is just super sweet. Like, if that doesn't take a lot of AE and it's just war, or antagonism and it's just war score, maybe good. Macward, I'm gonna time you out if you continue to spam letters that don't seem to have any meaning. I'd argue peace cost should be lower, but AE higher. I feel like being of the same religion ought to be a negative modifier for war score cost and AE, not a positive one. Wasn't that the factors causing between Christians to be really granular in border changes and all, while territories of enemy religions were fair game from your peers? AE higher, but higher among the people you're antagonizing, right? I'm not sure we're necessarily gleaning too much here, because a lot of this is just porting over EU4. I really like control being a thing in Caesar. I think overall it's my favorite, like, mechanic system in isolation. But, like, the excitement comes from there being so much stuff that, like, it just seems like really good systems and so much to focus on. What are the effects of AE in your own country? Like less stability and imperator. It moves some societal values, reduces your diplomatic reputation, reduces your cultural influence, and makes your spies worse. We could maybe put antagonism in here. I like it also there being a cost to having high infamy, which if you stay under 25, Victoria 3, there's no cost. In EU4, there's cost. Societal values, diplomatic reputation. Cultural influence and spies. Entire Levant being 50 war score either means that their control affects war score non-linear, or base war score costs are going to be way lower than EU4. Well, it depends. You don't know what the control looks like. It could scale linearly, and they just have like 10 control or something. But it might scale non-linearly. Generally speaking, Paradox games don't really like non-linear scaling, though. So I imagine it scales linearly, but it could also be base. I mean, it's sounding like base war score costs are also lower. Because what Johan is saying is like, the problem isn't getting the territory, the problem is like making use of it. I have no doubt there are historical examples that were declared for war Morgul only for peace to happen, where something else is agreed upon, but removed a fair bit of griefing and exploits, yeah. Is there to make AI function and be able to understand its beaten? Literally the same as EU4. I especially dislike 100 points war score. It's too gamey. Was to stop me from annexing as much land as I want. After fully destroying the enemy, there's already a massive penalty for doing this in AE. Lack of control and integrated provinces. No reason to arbitrarily restrict it. It's there to make AI function. Interesting. This guy got his map mode finally. Are you planning to reuse the current favor system? A similar system. I freaking love that system, because the favor system is like, you can get it eventually if you're small, but like EU4 was like so trivial before the favor system to just invite a big ally repeatedly, and it was the entire like metagame, and it was for like one province miners, and it was just really insipid. CB, last 5 years, AE functions very bare bones at the moment. Okay, I think we're not going to glean anything additional here. Sneak peek with a reduced blue tint and increased contrast. Osterode is called Austria and is in East Prussia. We're seeing tree models, rivers, castles, and some sort of small house. Also some sort of food icon on the lower left. There also appears to be some icons behind middle left text. Yep. You dig the Wargle and other stuff. Okay, yeah, I don't think people are asking for the terrain map. They're agitating. But rebels will probably be a Tinto talk we don't spend too much time on, because I think the through line's going to be like, you definitely don't like rebels as a general heuristic. I definitely recall how impressed and hopeful I felt in the first Dev Diaries diving into Sweden and giving us a little tease of it. I really like we're coming up kind of shortly, I think, on the mini AAR, which I thought was super cool, or one of my favorite Tintos. It's so close to the capital, there's no way they could have that little control. Roads through desert are really expensive. They might have like 0 roads, and they might not have much propagation through the sea if the Ottomans beat them, or well, I guess they would probably have a lot of propagation through the sea, but if they don't, it depends how fastly control falls off if you don't. I mean, like, roads reduce it by half. Full maritime presence cuts it, the cost of moving from one province to another by, like, 80-something percent, 87%. Hey, Scorpion Nelder. Almost caught up with the previous 2 live streams. I've never seen streaming. Yeah, we're gonna, over the next couple days, we're gonna, like, kind of make a push for these. Treaty caps of 100 points is pretty arbitrary. Yeah, but... Well, I mean, I think that they are making you able to get a whole lot more with 100 points than you could before. So it's like less of a cap, and you're gated more by the control and separatism and this type of stuff. This is Tinto Talk where I stopped watching them for a while. All new stuff. 40k separatist rebels in one country with 4k armor you gone. So glad. Maybe. If there's a lot of value in a province and it has low control, it really funds a lot of money into the rebels. Without spoilers for the Ethiopia brawl from earlier, how'd it go overall? Were you satisfied with it? Pretty satisfied. It was really quick. I played in it, and we had the chat with everyone in it. And as players got eliminated, they were kicked from the chat. So I was interacting less with stream and more with like other players. I don't want to spoil though. Today we are going to look at rebels and this type of thing. There are 5 different types of categories of rebels that can belong: nationalists, all for independence movements; pretender, when they want another ruler; slave, for when they want to be free; womp womp; religion, if a different religious group, then they want independence, or else they want to convert the country; estate, when they are really unhappy and want society to change. Okay. Where I guess they will enforce stuff. We see nationalist rebels, pops, locations, support rebels. Fair number of pops in this 12 locations. Now let's go back to Tinto Talks number 17, where we first mentioned pops have satisfaction. And when that is low enough to a pop, it will join a rebel faction. If the pops are discriminated against, like per our notes here, separatism, I think, decreases satisfaction, reduces satisfaction of non-primary culture. So if you have separatism from conquered pops, or because you have conquered, you're gonna roll revs a lot more easily. When it's low enough, pop will join a rebel faction. The levels at which pop joins or leaves has some different factors, but a way to keep a prop from joining rebels is to make sure that they are satisfied with life. Now let's take a look at some Sardinian peasants in Cagliari, which have been recently conquered by Aragon just before the start of the game. We see base, and these are peasants specifically. Commoners have 25%, and then their view of Catalan, their tolerance of Catholicism is positive. Prices of the needs are giving plus 6%, which is nice. Getting minus 9% from lacking wine and legumes. And a really massive minus 50% from conquered. Wow. And that's, I think that's just static. Is that just static from being conquered? That's such a hefty penalty. For some reason, the people tend to be a bit upset when conquered. Maybe this is just a game start and it will decay. And instead you will have... Well, they said it will have high separatism. Separatism reduces satisfaction of non-primary culture. But we didn't see separatism in here, did we? We didn't see separatism. I don't know what to make of that. Okay. Sadly, we can not make the commoners' estate more happy in Aragon, as they are already at 100 satisfaction, so the 25% bonus is the maximum we can get. Otherwise, to make the estate more happy, you can always reduce taxes or grant more privilege. One obvious solution here is to make them integrated, which would reduce the conquered penalty of 50% to 10%. Okay. That will take 25 years, which may not be quick enough to avoid an uprising. If we build a castle, we could add another 10% satisfaction, and we could also station an army there to keep the peasants in line. As they lack access to wine and legumes, and currently trade in a Muslim market, so they have a split market, I think, then, we could deny access to Jazer, and they would be slightly happier if the wine could instead come from the Italian market. So, using a trade agreement to shift kind of the outskirts of this Aragonese thing, which would be in the Italian market otherwise. All this would make the satisfaction positive at least, but we need to get it above 29%, which is not feasible right now. We see stability, values of countries, or the joint threshold is going to be malleable or fixable. It decays, I'm sure it decays and probably reasonably quickly if we get a country for conquest. Well, the switching it to 10% kind of implies it doesn't. Is devastation still a thing in EU5? I don't know about EU5, but I can tell you it's a thing in Project Caesar. Sadly, we cannot use the pacified population cabinet action, which you get in the age of absolutism, which reduces the threshold of joining rebels to 5 to 10%. If we go back to the rebel factions again, they will say I have a progress value where once it reaches 100, which will take about 23 years. Okay, that's not too bad. So the uprising is likely to happen before integration is over, unless you can weaken their power or increase the control over the territories so they get less money. So they are currently gaining money from lack of control. So if you have really high control, they won't rebel anyways. Right? Because they won't get funded. So let's maybe make a note here. Conquered equals separatism, probably. You're absolutely right. Because this was 1/5, right? And it's the fact that a high proportion of the pops are the wrong culture. Right? So that must be what it is. Separatism specifically reduces satisfaction of non-primary culture. So getting them to be primary. Or is that non-primary or non-accepted? We have non-primary. Non-primary seems harsh. It seems like it should be non-accepted. Maybe we misread that. So what happens when progress reaches 100% then? Well, then two things happen. There will either be a civil war or a revolt. First, the rebel faction forms a new country with a relevant name and takes ownership of locations where it has a strong support. You should be able to throw money at them to stop rebelling. I don't know about that. If they are a rebel type that wants to be independent, then they will start a revolt, which is almost a war where the defender can re-annex any revolter without further aggressive expansion at all and can always afford the peace cost. If the culture of these revolting countries is from a country that exists on the map, they will call in the country they used to be a part of into the revolt, and if they join, once the war is over, the revolter will become part of the country that belonged to the past. So this means free reconquest if you get a revolt, right? Civil war. These are started by pretenders, some with religious rebels, other with or other estate-type rebels. So religious, some nobility. Civil wars currently work differently in other wars that you have to, you do not have to negotiate a peace. In that you do not have to negotiate a peace, it's a total war. In a civil war, As you would take control of a location from a siege or occupation, the location immediately flip ownership to that location instead. This means civil wars are almost always fought to the bitter end, and one country and only one country can survive. They are the Thunderdome. Total war. Truly, we need to have a Project Caesar Thunderdome, EU5 Thunderdome. No, you shouldn't be IMO. In reality, it could backfire and actually fund the rebels. Yeah. This is kind of what I think. You should be able to build buildings in the location that maybe decrease the separatism or the effects of separatism, like a bailiff or something like that. Or I think there's a building that increases control. And so a building that would increase control would decrease the funding that the rebels would get. So you could pay money for the building that increases control. As the system has a few similarities with the civil war of Imperator Rome, we have to alleviate some concerns here. In Project Caesar, there's no game over when you lose a civil war, womp womp, but instead, which you get in Victoria 3, which I think is like a bit of a problem. But instead, it's a skill issue though. But instead, you have the option to continue as the winning side. One thing to consider here is that the winner will have different rulers, maybe different religion, and perhaps a new government type, dramatic changes to societal reforms and/or privileges. After all, if the peasants revolt, you will not keep your glorious full serfdom monarchy as it once was, which might make civil warring change of states and rulers. The EU5 Thunderdome? EU5, what's that? We're talking about Project Caesar here. The Project Caesar Thunderdome is the speedrun first world conquest. Bro, I think world conquest will be so slow. Okay, so we see Civil War lost, and we will continue playing as Scotland, not like this. You don't have to continue, certainly, if you're playing the Scots. We hope Mercy's not in chat. Mercy is the community manager for Victoria 3 that's Scottish. Or she lives in Scotland. You don't have to continue, but you can pick the other option for the game over screen if you want. Next week we'll talk more about diplomacy, and that will for most of you be something you're already aware of, but it will be quite a few new aspects. Alright, fair. I suppose let's look at the top comments. Really, two speedruns. First to complete a world conquest, and first to try and do it. And first to do it by 1837. Well, you think someone's gonna do it, but have it take longer than 1837? How is this published a moment ago, and there's already a gazillion comments? Yeah, please stop WoW spam from now on. It's not fun anymore. Womp womp. Johan, put down the boot. No North Sweden or Nahuatl Japan, since they're in different groups and will want independence. I know it wasn't realistic, but it was fun while it lasted. There are other ways to become Norse or Nahuatl without other than exploiting rebels. We have multiple game rules for changing primary culture or religion. Dynamic must be 40% of pops present and or same group. To be inside group, present only to religious culture present in your country. Any, no limits at all. Oh, game rules. I also super love that they have some game rule options that are really allow you to kind of customize stuff. Like you can play without the Black Death if you want. This stream is not Project Caesar. I don't know what you're talking about. It's Project Caesar. Your eyes are fooling you. Yeah, can't you read? God. Okay. I'm allowed to talk about Project Caesar. All revolts and civil wars factions are unique dynamic tags. By the way, Project Caesar is no longer merely using 3-letter tags like SWE or ANG, but could be 3 to 5 letters. Is this a hint to how many countries there might be? You're saying... Are you saying there's more than 999 countries? No nationalized ideas in Caesar, right? So what will make countries unique? You have unique advances in Project Caesar that could give you some pretty significant advantages. And unique troops, unique buildings. Gaslight, Gatekeep, Gamer. Yeah, basically. Gaslight, Girl Boss, Gunfight. Or, wait, no. I did it wrong. You're supposed to exclude Gaslight. Was it Girl Boss, Gatekeep, Gunfight? And then when someone says it's actually Gaslight, you insist that it's not Gaslight. And you tell them it's never been Gaslight. You ask them what they're talking about. Could religious rebels simply ask for better tolerance laws? When it goes to military uprising, a slightly more tolerance is not going to cut it for most people. Yeah. Can you find rebels, and if if they win, they will have friendlier politics or even be your vassals? I assume you mean fund. Yes, you can. Will it be possible to show the satisfaction instead of flooring at 0%? I feel like it'd be frustrating to manually add up all the factors should it be relevant while their satisfaction level was. Yeah, he agrees. We'll fix. Yeah, the 0% flooring is like kind of annoying. Definitely prefer the negative number. Rebels can do diplomacy. They are normal countries when spawned, basically. No EU4 style rebel units that just occupy the map? Nope. You said civil wars would almost always be fought to the bitter end. Will it be possible for one side to capitulate sooner? It is quite annoying and imperator to have to take every single location, especially when your country gets really big. Yes, we can add a surrender button, and it's likely the AI will... and the AI is likely when it hits minus 10% power. It's super nice that you don't have to, like, if there's little islands in the middle of nowhere, you don't have to also go about grabbing the islands. I assume ideological revolts, anti-monarchy, would fall into a state revolts? Yes. Can many groups in join a single revolt? For example, a Cossack uprising. Multiple... I think this is worth noting. Not 999, more like 17k countries, since every letter has 26 possibilities from A to Z. Oh man, you're right. That's a lot of countries. That's a lot of damage. It's always been the Canadians, never the Mexicans. Wait, what? Oh, I see what you're doing there. Yep. All pretenders work if there's no loyalty system for characters. Low legitimacy when ruler dies or when the new ruler may be weak. Makes sense. It's a bit weird then overlapping them as religious rebels can also be working for separatism. Cultural rebels also sounds weird. Is, in the case of rebellion, all integration is lost? No, but it will go negative until you get the land back. Makes sense. When a civil war breaks out, can we switch to the revolutionary side through the normal switch country mechanic? Which means this will brick your, what's it called, Iron Man. Are there systems for coups or non-war revolutions? The system described to me seems to capture English, Spanish, South American civil wars, revolutions pretty well. Does not entirely fit the French Revolution. Late game revolutions will work differently. Interesting. That's vague. Damn Scots, they've ruined Scotland. Natural enemy of the Scots, man. To the truth hurt. I don't think we're going to get too much out of rebels here. From the comment section, like, elucidating various things. So... neither of them are 100% settled. North, South Korea, and China, Taiwan. Johan minus 500 social credit score. Yeah. Shout out to the thing that didn't happen in June of 1989. Nobody look it up, because it didn't happen. Okay, I don't think we're going to get anything here, so we're going to go on to the next Tinto talks. Number 33, the diplomatic system. We're going 28 to 42, so we kind of maybe need to pick up the pace a little bit. We've been going a little while. And we've done, this will be our 5th out of 14, so we gotta probably go a little bit faster. Hello everyone, introduction, happy Wednesday, Project Caesar. Today we will go deep into the diplomatic system, works in Project Caesar. The core of the game system is similar to our other grand strategy games, but has much more common with EU4, Imperator, and Victoria 2 in particular. Some of you may be very familiar with some of the things we're talking about today, but not everyone has played 5,000 hours in nearly every grand strategy game made. So here are parts of today's Tinto talk that will be WTF, man, I know this already for many of you. Okay. When it comes to diplomacy, we have also based our interface solutions for diplomatic actions from 2 paths. When you have a country selected, you can get the classic way of seeing diplomatic actions related to the country, but also you could sometimes have a more useful way of selecting diplomatic action and seeing which countries would accept it. So he's saying that there's UI tools, but he can't show them to you. Damn it. Diplomats. Well, this game may not have the immortal envoys of EU4, limited how much diplomacy you can do in a given time. You have a diplomatic corps, or diplomats, we refer to them. This represents how much diplomacy a country can do in a given time. Some advances, laws, societal values increase this amount, and there are also some buildings that will have an impact. I think this has changed in terms of how you get more of them per some of the newer stuff. In that you now have a maintenance kind of slider that you can do stuff. Is Paradox banned in China? No. Paradox games are popular in China, but you can't stream on Twitch or YouTube, and Twitch and YouTube are banned in China. Every diplomatic action you do requires at least 1 diplomat, and while these are renewable sources, you may need to ration them. One of the reasons why there's a reason why Japan and China are kind of the 2 most played countries. You know what I mean? China's the most played country in Victoria 3. Or Qing, rather. You gain 30 diplomats each month due to various things. Opinions. In almost all grand strategy games we've made, we've tracked relations between countries, often a completely natural and intuitive range of -200 to +200, basically. Early on, the relation was a single value, but in EU4, over a decade ago, we introduced the concept that country A could view country B in one way, and country B could view country A in another way. This game is no different in that regard, so we're going to see kind of EU4 stuff. These opinions are calculated depending on the various stances between countries, like religion, culture, diplomacy, and much more. Opinion is how much country likes or dislikes another country. Antagonism will be layered on top of this, but we'll get to antagonism in a much later dev diary. You have multiple ways to select influence this diplomacy, but the most direct ones would be improve relations and or diplomatic actions. Trust is similar to those of you who are familiar with EU4, where you generate trust points. Trust is a crucial component in forging lasting agreements. Trust is hard to get and easy to lose. You build it up over a long period of time, very, very slowly. You can always set a diplomat to profess trust, which increases their trust in you, but your diplomatic reputation will be lowered for the next 5 years. Interesting. Favors represent how much one country is promised or otherwise owns another country. Favors can be spent to ask the other country to do something. If favors get too unbalanced, refusing to do these things can get a loss of trust or even diplomatic reputation. You gain favors by helping your allies and supporting them in their time of need. You can also use some of these diplomacy incurring favors. This will reduce the monthly diplomats you get each month. We're trying to power through this pretty quickly because this is just EU4 basically. Spy networks. This describes the extent to which countries infiltrated another country with network of informants, double agents, and general turncoats, and thus how much inside knowledge they have of the country. This can be used to perform a variety of insidious diplomatic actions. You need to use diplomat to start building spy network, and while it's active, you will gain diplomats each month. The speed at which your spy network is built up depends on your spy network construction capacity and target countries' counter-espionage. So this seems a little bit different. I think that you can build more of it. The size of your spy network in a country impacts your siege ability and how much aggressive expansion you get from treating them badly. Okay. Oh, interesting. That's a lot of network construction versus counter-espionage. Diplomatic reputation. This represents how highly a country is regarded by international relations. There are advances that will increase it, but it also is increased by a country's prestige and decreased by your AE, or I guess the overall impact on your that you've gotten from expanding on the new mechanic that is replacing AE. I forget the name. I said it like 2 minutes ago. Victoria 3 is actually very popular in China, IRC. Interesting. Well, China's by far the most played country. I didn't realize that. I know I'm prepping for hosting ModCon a little before 1.9 of Victoria 3 drops, and right now the hosts are talking about trying to appeal to like the Chinese audience, but like or the organizer, but like the hosts stream on on YouTube and Twitch, and it like just doesn't make any sense to do, because you'd have to get English-speaking Chinese people who are using VPNs specifically would be the only demo you could kind of appeal to, and non-English speaking streams are some of the world's biggest streams, but they're not watching. Yeah, they're the foreigners are going to watch the foreigners. What we see, the diplomatic reputation of Aragon is +4. Belligerent, so this maybe is the AE coming into effect, or which is now antagonism. Antagonism, thank you for unfreezing. I keep on forgetting it. Oh, people love an alternative timeline, like everyone loves Hitler and Hoy, or Biz and EU4. Biz is everyone's favorite. Biz be the big favorite. Biz, biz, biz. Diplomatic range. This is a concept we introduced in Imperator, where you can't just do diplomacy with every country on the map. In earlier games, we had this hidden from the player, and it was merely something that the AI kind of used. Now it's something that matters and is primarily based on advances and rank of the country. Diplomatic range limits the physical distance our diplomats can travel to conduct diplomacy. The distance traveled from one capital to the other, which makes sense. Aragon could travel to all this. So they cannot conduct diplomacy with the Golden Horde. Or, interestingly, the Mamluks. Wow, that's fascinating. You can't conduct diplomacy with the Mamluks as Aragon. Rivals. In Project Caesar, we will have a system of rivals, which is fairly similar to EU4 with a few differences. First of all, the selection of rivals is less opaque and follows a few simple rules. A valid rival is someone with a geographical area that has a similar or higher rank or shares a culture group. The geographical area for an empire is the same continent or adjacent subcontinent, while for a country that is the same area or adjacent province definition. Of course, you could always rival someone that has declared you as the rival. Second, if you don't pick enough rivals, you will get your actions will increase. Aggressive expansion will give you more, and your spy networks will become weaker. Makes sense. Thirdly, you can always create a casus belli on your rivals if you have built up a spy network there. Finally, there's no cooldown on replacing rival, but it'll cost you 25 stab. That is interesting. The cooldown is kind of obnoxious, but this is maybe possible to abuse. You get a bunch of CBs from rivals, and then you switch your rivals open, but maybe Conquest is just not as valuable, so it doesn't really matter. Remember that a rival is a country that is perceived as having conflicting interest and will block you from having alliances. Any countries that share rivals will have higher opinions with each other. And we see diplomatic capacity, which you can now spend more gold to get more of. But we changed diplomatic relations slots system to become diplomatic capacity instead, where the cost for an alliance depends on the power of the ally, and similarly subjects cost different things depending on their size. So this means you can be friends with a lot of little people or a couple big people, which is, I think, a huge improvement over EU4. The slot system just like isn't as good. This is just so much better than the slot system. But Mallorca, for example, is only going to cost 1.6 of this Diplo capacity, which is like half our Diplo capacity. And you could pay more gold for more in terms of the upkeep. Today we will not talk more about unions or subjects. They will be covered in later Tinto talk. We will thoroughly discuss it as possible. Other diplomatic treaties and actions. A diplomatic action costs a diplomat to do, but not all of them create a treaty. A treaty is something that lasts over a period of time and can be anything from alliance to food access for your armies. Friendly actions. These are the category of actions, which include something mentioned above, like improving relations, professing trust, curry favors. Some of the other friendly actions include the following. You repeated yourself, dog. Defensive leagues, some of you may recognize them from Imperator, but it's basically a defensive alliance, guarantees, kind of self-explanatory, proposed ruler. If you got adults of your dynasty that are not your current heir, you can propose they become the ruler of another monarchy if they are in regency without a valid heir. That's kind of an interesting one, share maps. For just 50 favors, you can get another country to not send privateers towards you. That seems a little bit expensive. We see hostile actions, intervene in war. Some of these should be really kind of intuitive what these are. Isolate from allies. This will make them break an alliance, but will cost you a fair amount of favors. That is an interesting one. Send insult. I'll bite my thumb at you, sir. Your mother is a hamster and your father smells of elderberries. And then threaten war. And they can accept, kind of like launching a diplomatic to some extent. 25 stab, so making a rival on existence is better than changing it, at least for small nations. Maybe 25 stab, it's unclear how expensive that is. Stab trends from minus 100 to plus 100, and it's an equilibrium thing. I wonder if Project Teaser will have a leaked beta. Says Playa. That was a problem with Vic 3. It might happen again with the Project Caesar. Or maybe they learned from their mistakes last time. Yeah. I mean, they have to be careful with the creators that they give the thing to. I don't know. It's also possible that the creator did not inadvertently leaked it as well. I don't know if they know who leaked Vic 3. Covert actions. Corrupt officials reduces effectiveness of their cabinet. Womp womp. This will be really strong in multiplayer. I think cabinet is really, really strong, so this will be really rough in multiplayer. Infiltrate administration removes fog of war. That'll be really useful for battles and support rebels. Unlocks an Age of Renaissance. Economy actions. Yeah, I mean, I hope it doesn't get leaked. That's generally really bad for their marketing team's thing. The marketing team. This is going to be a sports analogy. I don't know if everyone's going to get it. It depends on how much sports you do. But in lifting specifically, you have a training program, and the goal of your training program is to, on the day of competition, be as strong as possible. And generally speaking, you have training cycles that operate, 8 to 16 weeks or something like this. And all throughout the training program, you will have different levels of strength because you will have to condition your body to handle lifting more overall weight at the beginning of your training cycle, or it is important for overall development to have parts of that cycle where you are lifting more volume of weight, so higher rep ranges with lower weight, and then you will trend towards having really low rep ranges and really, really high weight at the end of your training cycle, such that at the end of your training cycle, you will be as strong as physically possible. And what Victoria, or what the marketing team at Paradox is doing, is they are trying to maximize hype on the day of release, because this will allow them to sell as many copies as possible. And something like a leaked beta will hurt that, their ability to do that, because if a bunch of people get to play, people decide they don't like the game, who would otherwise have bought it, this type of stuff, and it's just overall really bad for the health of the game. And the idea is you're trying to peak right on. I shouldn't have used a lifting analogy. I think that was probably bad. But you're trying to peak on the release day. Economy actions. These tend to be actions that are more of a gray zone between totally friendly and totally hostile, much more or less related to the economy part of that game. Block building in country. Womp womp. This will prevent them from building in your locations. It's useful when you don't want English trade offices in your cities. Embargo nations. This will reduce the market attraction of their markets on your locations, making them more likely to trade in other markets. So if you have a few of your locations at the edge of your market, but in someone else's market, embargoing them can swap or flip your locations to be inside your market. You can request a loan, something that you usually send to a banking country, and you get money from them. And then access actions, military access, food access, where your armies can be supplied in another country's territory. I'm not sure who pays for that supply. Because you create buy orders for food, and you drain the food there. I assume you pay for the food access? But maybe not, and you pay for the agreement. Or maybe you pay for the agreement, but the agreement scales with the amount of food that you're currently buying in a given week or whatever. And then fleet basing rights. All of them have the option to offer it to another country and request it from them. Military access can be requested to be bought. Of course, there are many country-specific actions that will be talked about after Christmas. Alright, we're going to take a look at a couple of these. Like, surely you want Yuan to have more council members than some random OPM, like flexibility not huge. Cabinet members, you mean? I think you might get more with country rank, I'm not sure. Yeah, I hope so too. Grand strategy games are popular with the public in the first place, at least compared to what they deserve. A leak will make it even worse, not only for the devs, but for enthusiasts as well. They haven't said if there will be a public beta before release, right? I don't think they have said anything along those lines. If they have, that would be news to me. How come Aragon has a diplomatic range all the way to Russia, but the Mamluks are out of range? What's going on here? Found out why. The algorithm is if the capital is not a port, and then it's straight distance between the port and the capital, which is an instant calculation, and then we have the distance between all the sea zones cached. The slight problem with the Mamluks here is that their closest port for Cairo is Suez, so the algorithm goes, oh, we have to go all the way around Africa. And then the closest port for the Golden Horde is the Caspian Sea, so it can't reach anywhere. I am assuming that gets fixed. Yeah, someone else talking about the Mamluks. We had the exact same idea. And they have a slider. Buy territory, temporary action, diplomatic action. Ooh, you can buy territory? I wonder if it counts as conquered or integrated if you buy it. Probably conquered. So which system is to make alliances more short-lived than EU4? It's not finished yet. Having 0.3 diplomat feels wrong. Maybe just use the term diplomatic power, diplomatic ability. Hard to find a good name. Would getting allies be harder than in EU4? It always felt like weird to me. Every single country had 2+ allies at all the time. Unless something freaky happens, why should France ally with some random HRE miners? Allies cost differently. Is there a possibility to have a non-aggression treaty? Not designed, but it could be doable. Will customs unions be a thing? Basically allowing for trading of resources between countries without penalties? No design for it yet. Victoria 3 mod, anyone? Or Victorian era mod. I assume you could still go over your diplomatic capacity in exchange for some penalties. Yes, not super nice. And then here are some of these penalties, I assume. Where we're double over, monthly prestige, super decreased, loyalty of subjects, -102. That seems like a big modifier. AE impact and diplo reputation, that's a huge negative modifier. Okay. Spy networks help sieges. Okay, we'll go on to the next one here. And we're about halfway through what we want to do today. In terms of our thing. Wait, we just did diplomacy. Where is that? Okay, slavery. Time to talk about slaves. I think this was a really short Tinto talk. Alright, I forgot about the leaked Vic3 beta. I remember it generated a lot of angry people, though. I'm sensing that you don't like the war goal system of Vic3. Me? Or Johan? I do not like the war goal system of Vic3. everything about war declaration and resolution, I think, is actually the worst. Like the highest priority to fix in Vic 3. Like, I think the diplomatic play is just a super big problem. And I think it's really frustrating for, like, new players. But, like, I could list, like, 10 things that I hate about Diplo plays. I think that EU4's peace system is much better. Much, much better. Most likely to be similar to Charter Company in EU4, I'd assume. Or an international, or not international, it could be an international organization of some kind, or it could be a non-landed country that buys buildings but doesn't, Hello and welcome to Tinto Talk, where we forget to wish you a happy Wednesday. Terrible. This week we'll talk about slavery. Works in game. I think this one's really short, and it's relatively straightforward. They're going to be a pop and a good. One of the 6 types of pops we have are slaves. These lack pretty much every right in all countries and simply exploited. They are not allowed to move on their own, and they have harsh enough lives that they basically only keeping the current population levels at best of times. So no population growth. That's actually maybe worth noting. Because slavery will probably be semi-meta for some situations. I wonder if there's a way to affect that. Johan doesn't like most of problems Vic 3 has, and it's good side IMO. I would agree. So, they have absolutely no income or political power. If they get any sort of literacy, they are very likely to be rather upset. Insert the, like, they'd be angry if they could read meme, I guess. I'd be angry too. At the start of the game, the usage of slaves is mostly gone from Europe, but is prevalent in other parts of the world. We see usage of slaves. Slaves can be primarily used in RGOs, but they can be used in various buildings. These types of buildings can be categorized into 2 types of buildings. Now here's... here's kind of the kicker. What are the effects on estates when jobs are filled by slaves that would otherwise be estate jobs? Does it just decrease clout? Is this good for having crown authority? Is it good for manipulating clout of specific things? Is it bad for manipulating clouts? So, for example, will this make you have a really weak peasantry if you have slaves and the slaves occupy peasant jobs? These types of buildings can be categorized into 2 types of buildings. First, we have the slave-soldier buildings that require slaves to function and produce manpower as sailors. These include buildings like the Mamluk or Janissary barracks that are part of the armies of Mamluks and Ottomans. Second are the plantations. These are buildings you can unlock from Age of Discovery advances. There are 3 types of plantation for sugar, tobacco, and cotton. Oh, these aren't RGOs? They are far more productive than RGO for the same goods, but require slaves to function. Okay. Require slaves. That is a key distinction. So if you want to mess about in the new world, you need to do slavery. Yikes. So we see a galley barracks in Genoa, or a unique building to get you a lot of sailors. Who is this built by? Maybe Genoa. Of course, there are other uses for slaves. In some religions, you need a steady stream of them to sacrifice to a deity to make the sun go up every day. Yeah, Johan was very vocal about disliking when we were hanging. One of the evenings where I was talking with him, he was very vocal about being upset about this country he was talking about here. Should have a happy day count going. Truly the most important feedback we could give. I would be so excited if people like got really mad at him whenever he misses it. He never misses it now though. He's like super on top of it. Makes sense that they didn't wish us a serious diary in this one. Oh, that's right. That's right. I remember joking about, yeah, they didn't have a happy Wednesday in the slavery dev diary. Yeah, because of the severity of the topic. That being said, free labor, sign me up. Yeah, no, I mean, it seems like it's going to be strong. There are multiple ways to get slaves. First of all, you have the classic way of conquering nearby territories and enslaving parts of the population. You sack cities. There's something, this is something that as diverse cultures, that is as diverse as diverse cultures as amongst others. The Haudenosaunee, Aztec, and Canal Empire can do from the start. They also get access to casus belli to go on slave raids. As you sack a city, a percentage of the population will become slaves and appear in the closest slave market you have. And if none is near enough, then you then to the closest slave market nearby. Secondly, we have the Berber states who have engaged in slave raiding from the sea. In the EU4, this was a button you clicked on your ships when they were near the coast that had no slave raiding cooldown active. In Project Kaiser, this ability is part of a privateering mechanic. In that, if you have access to this ability, then your privateers could raid a random coastal location they're in and take some of the pops for the closest slave market. This is stopped by having a truce above 100 opinion or good old coastal fortress. Yeah. Shout out to Morocco. I think the sandwich format is usually absent. I think that it has been present only once, which is nice because we can throw shade every single dev diary. Third, you have slave market buildings which act as a hub for slave trades. It will also try and enslave pops of non-accepted cultures and have different religious groups. This is to simulate how the Delhi Sultanate and others enslaved people from their conquered lands over time. I mean, this has the advantage if you're trying to core a place. This will reduce the population of non-accepted people and allow you to ship them out. Fourthly, you have the possibility to build slave centers in foreign locations that have less power projection than you. This is to simulate how the Europeans got their slaves from West Africa to the New World, while a significant part of the slaves were bought from other African kingdoms that were willing to sell slaves taken from their enemies. They're also locally captured by the slavers themselves near the slaving centers. If you wish to fight this in your territories, you need to go to war to forcefully expel them. This is such a good thing from a simulation perspective, or like I think that there's like a lot of realism on this simulation. By the way, are they going to go back to CK3? Are you going to go back to CK3 when they drop China? Yes. I super love the China content. I need to buy more of the DLC though. That's in Q4, right? Yes, Q4. Finally, you can trade for slaves. In Project Caesar, they exist both as pop type and as good, and they are slightly linked. Buildings that can produce slaves require slave goods and requires slave goods as an input. Buildings can produce slave goods and require slave goods as an input. Yeah, exactly. When a slave good is traded between markets, the game will also move the pops in relative sizes that demand for the slaves. Thus, if you have the buildings or resource gathering operations that could use slaves, this will create demand for slaves in the market. And if you trade from a market that both produces slave goods and has enough slaves present, the game will move about 200 pops from the slave market each month for each good you trade. At the start of the game, there is the Trans-Saharan trade, where northern African countries import slaves from West Africa, many sold by the Canal Empire. Later on, during the Age of Discovery, you will get triangular trade between the triangle traders. Traders to humanity, really. There's also another market system, as the Mongol state have access to taking slaves when conquering land, and they created the greatest slave trading network the world's ever seen, since Muslim states could not keep Muslim slaves, and Christians did not want Christian slaves. The Mongols traded the Muslim slaves to the Christians, and the Christians to the Muslim countries. Womp womp. The trade links go from India to Central Asia as well, as Delhi trades slaves to other markets, while they get slaves they require for their Mamluk style armies. All right, let's see some of the reacted to stuff. I think it's December, but don't quote me on that for the CK3. Is there a way to keep track of slaves that are part of your primary accepted culture? They keep their culture and religion. Could I start a war to liberate all the same culture and return them? You can conquer the territory, yeah, but a peace treaty to get all your slaves of your primary culture would be good to have. Let's add. I think they added this in the later one, or had an update for it, but I can't remember. You're making a game simulating history as part of it. I'm surprised you decided to tackle the issue. I thought it was a no-no. Yeah. The Vic3 dev diary that covers slavery just super tiptoes around it. Johan generally has super straightforward responses to stuff. Will indentured peasants be represented as slaves? No. Most Europeans didn't allow for slavery before the discovery of America. Will this be represented? Yes. Is the law children of slaves become free in the game? It operated like this in some places. It's not. But we assume we get a little bit of pop growth on slaves. Can I attempt to abolish trigger a civil war like it did in the U.S.? It's out of the time frame. It's not so far out of the time frame, though, to be unreasonable to include, but okay. It's towards the tail end. Will abolition be instantaneous? Yes. If you don't practice slavery, will you get free slaves upon getting some in your lands? Yes. You will free all the slaves. Will division between slave and free states be able to be implemented? Not sure about your question. So this is in the United States. Like, there were slave states and there were free states. Can slaves start a slave revolt? Yes, no more slavery if they win. Slave economics were ultimately not very competitive nor productive, especially once industrialization showed up. Will this lower output be represented? Before industrialization, slavery was not exactly not competitive. The truth hurts. It's kind of weird that African slaves are represented as by an icon of two white people, but having slaves be the only pops. But having the slaves be the only pops that are black would be worse. Did you think about having pops icons different depending on ethnicity, similar to EU4? Yeah, maybe they have some art that they just don't want to show us. We talked about this, and one day we will cover, and one day we will have different ethnic differences on pop type icons. As I understand, slaves are considered a product good more than a popped, so that they will dilute the influence that the peasants would gain by displacing them. This is as much as I could understand. I think that's correct, Chilean writer. So there would be a downstream effect. Yeah, to the extent that they are pop, like if you have janissaries, right, and the janissaries die in battle, the slaves will die too. Mechanics seem pretty deep overall. I'm impressed. I'm glad that all slavery is getting covered, from the Mongols to the galley slaves to the Native Americans. EU5 will teach our ancestors were just awful people. There's one thing close to 30 years of making historical games has taught me, it's that humans all over the world are all the same, both for good and for evil. Evil. Human sacrifices by the Aztecs represented? Yes. Yeah, so this is the country that Johan was talking about. There's a reason why so many other states in Mexico went, oh, let's ally with the Spanish invaders no matter what. Yeah, this is true. Anatolian Beyliks, worth looking into. So, Europe's can't reintroduce slavery, so there's not a mechanic for putting this back in. In Russia, slaves were serfs till 1723, so in this case, it will be the same mechanics as of sale and trade, or only be population category. Serfs are peasants with severe limits. I thought EU series ran until Napoleon. Well, we're not talking about Europa Universalis. We're talking about Project Caesar. But Project Caesar is going to run to 1837. EU4 runs to 1821, which it runs to Napoleon basically, or the end of the Napoleonic Wars. I forget if it's the beginning or the end. There's a reason it was used so much before industrialization. Yeah. Will there be a distinction between societies where slavery was hereditary and where slavery wasn't? I think he already answered this in another one. We're not simulating societies where slaves were castrated either. Yikes. Needed to lay it down, I guess. Scale, and we'd need to multiply everything else by 200. Yeah. That's why one pop or one slave good equals 200. Do you get some sort of malice from using slaves in your army? Surely you should get a debuff to discipline. No, a soldier is a soldier. Technically, the Mamluks were a society relying entirely on slave-soldier caste. I didn't realize that. That's crazy. I know the Janissaries were like elite soldiers, and they were... Did they count as slaves? Yeah. Also creates pops out of thin air. Is there a way to make population boom with that? By buying slaves? It takes other pops and makes them into slaves. Glad that it works like this. Of course should. If you can't have slaves in a location, then they become peasants. Okay, what incentivizes are there to end slavery around the world at the end of the game? Will be linked to some estate demands or institutions, such as the Enlightenment. Enlightenment primarily, so you don't get enlightened if you have slavery. Okay, I think that we don't necessarily need to read more about slavery, but that plantations are likely to be very strong buildings, so slavery is likely to be very strong in this game. And you know, a lot of the goods from the Americas were, you know, acquired on the backs of slavery, so big yikes. Napoleon Wars ended in 1815 to 17. Maybe it's the death of Napoleon. We better be able to form Belgium and then Liberia and Project Caesar to get directly into Vic 3. I imagine they'll include it. Yeah, the Mamluks themselves were like previous slaves, if I'm not wrong. Interesting. We get our Happy Wednesday now that we're not talking about the somber slavery, where we spill information about our super mega fantastically secret game with the codename of Project Caesar. Today we will talk about 3 relatively related topics. Surely relatively related things are related in a relative way. Relating to country ranks, great powers, and hegemonies. They updated this. This was one of the things that got updated. I was not a fan of the system they had, where there was a certain locked number of country ranks. But we'll kind of go through it a little bit faster because some of this stuff has gotten updated. The first rank is the duchy rank, which where you can now guarantee other countries, and it's a little bit higher in diplomatic capacity and power projection. Countries that start on this level include the Duchy of Brittany or the Duchy of Lithuania. To be able to upgrade from a county to a duchy, you need to you cannot be in any international organizations that disallow rank changes, which we've seen the HRE does, but you also need to have at least 100,000 pops of your primary culture. The next kingdom is the kingdom rank, which requires 1 million pops of your primary culture and gives a larger diplomatic range than the other abilities. This includes the Kingdom of Sweden and the Sultanate of Delhi. The final rank, the Empire rank, is the hardest to promote to and allows a wide variety of diplomatic actions than other abilities. At the start of the game, there's only one empire in Europe, though, the Eastern Roman one. Yeah, you call that an empire. A country must become a great power before they are able to attain this rank, and then there are special restrictions on Catholic countries from pretending to be emperors without the Pope's permission, as was tradition. Yeah, the Janissaries were originally Christian slave boys from the Balkans. Like the whole you can be more than one hegemony now. Yeah, there's like more than one now, but the great powers, there used to just be like 8. Countries with the highest great power scores become great powers, and it's just really arbitrary. It's something like 8. Currently, there are always 8 different countries that are great powers. Also, like, if someone's just way far ahead, it should respond dynamically, but this has been updated. It should move depending on. I think the way Victoria 3 does it is really good. Where it's there's two different things. Hegemony got changed too, right? They get unlocked in the Age of Discovery. 3 types of hegemony: military, naval, and economic, is similar to EU4, and you can only be one hegemony at the same time. Is this what they changed, where you can be multiples at the same time? We could be opening at maybe adding cultural hegemony as well, but the next few Tinto talks will talk about cultural related systems, which are exciting. To proclaim a hegemony, you would need to be a great power and have a bigger army or economy than all other great powers. After you proclaim it, you get a bonus where most of it scales with how long you've had the hegemony. In a game with casus belli, it's not always easy to get after the fact. You can always create a casus belli on any hegemon if you're not one yourself. Can be beneficial. If you ever lose a war as a hegemon, you will lose your hegemony. I don't know if I like that, because I like that for the war one, but maybe not the other ones. But we see some pretty sizable benefits. War score cost, just as a general thing, like, these minus cost modifiers are just obscene if they stack additively, which, generally speaking, they stack additively in Paradox games. So anytime you see those modifiers, that should immediately be a thing where you're just like, the alarm bells ring or something like this. You see that on attrition as well. But pluses are way less valuable than minuses. But okay. Let's sort by reaction score, I guess. And see if we can maybe take a look at stuff. But this one wasn't too crazy a thing. Can to be more punishing? Like, if you have a strong navy, if it's not you who claim the hegemony, but the other nations deeming you a navy hegemon, cutting ties with you and becoming more fearful, like an endgame limitation. Will also stop the power creep, because you need buffs when you're literally hegemon. This is interesting. Shogunate IO gave as much bonus as the HRE. Whoa. He nerfed it, though. Are you sure that France should be the second greatest power? Subjects add too much, perhaps. This is a good thing if you're doing subject release spam, but modified, or numbers are probably modified. This is in October of last year, so. But it's maybe interesting to note that you're getting a lot of power from a subject. Yeah. I also hope you do a less rigid system. This was a piece of feedback that we gave. Oh man. A patch is never early or late. True. I think it's better if there's like 10 powers of roughly equal power. They should all be great powers, and if it's inverse and you only have 4 great powers that are really great, and a massive gap between them and the other 8, there should just be 4 GPs. Yes. That's exactly how I think it should work, and I think they've changed it. GPs should be regional, at least divided according to continents. Yeah, I don't like that. We talked about having scaling GP bonus depending on your rank. It might be something we'll do. That would be, I think, sweet for a little bit of extra granularity. Okay. But I don't think we're gonna pull too much out of country ranks in terms of strategy. Unless, it seems like it's just always to be as high, best to be as high a rank as possible. And it's not a, like, timing thing. Unless it just makes other people aggro on you, but then it's like a diplomacy thing. Prestige system of Victoria 3 is definitely good. Like, EU4 only sees development. Meanwhile, Vic 3 checks basically everything that matters. Project Caesar should check total pops as well. IG, since it's a resource, I guess. Or, sorry, I guess. Not IGs. St. Dave, of course, doesn't wish us a happy Wednesday. Womp womp. But he is the guy to talk about culture. He is the culture guy. Culture is a tricky topic because it's so abstract, but also an area of our games where people have quite strong opinions, especially when they have real-world connections to that culture. As such, we would appreciate it if the discussion on this thread is limited to the mechanics of the culture system, as for some people, the only culture they have is bacteria, and direct your specific feedback for the specific setup to the relevant regional Tinto maps where it'll be more helpful. So what is culture? Culture is the culmination of vernacular, music, food, identity, ethnicity, and various other hard-to-define ideas. It is something possessed by a country's pops and characters. It contains two main dimensions, culture group and language. I think we've seen some interesting stuff on, like, Latin was the language of, like, the Papal States or something, which is maybe not good to have as your language. Culture opinion. For the most part, cultures consider each other to be neutral, but they can also have a natural preference or aversion to certain cultures. This is represented with cultural opinions, which, in ascending order, are negative, neutral, positive, kindred. This mainly gives modifiers enemy, negative, neutral, positive, kindred. Modifiers in various places, for example, a country's opinions. I think now it doesn't affect opinion, but it instead affects antagonism baselines in terms of changes that they've made, if I recall correctly. We see culture capacity. Culture capacity represents the maximum number of cultures a country can tolerate or accept. For most countries, it starts quite low, but as it advances in every age to increase the maximum, as well as various other sources like government reforms and policies. Each culture costs a different cultural capacity depending on its relative size, opinions, culture groups, and languages, which is going to be cool. Non-accepted cultures. By default, every culture in the world is non-accepted to you. It is the default state, and at best means you ignore them. Non-accepted pops are pretty miserable in your country, but also don't provide you with any benefits. I feel like that should be an and, right? Tolerated cultures. If you have the cultural capacity, you can elevate a culture to tolerated culture. This will make pops a little bit more content. Tolerated pops will grow as normal, but they will also be a bit happier. You can elevate a culture to being accepted, at which point they gain special rights, even though an accepted culture costs 3 times more capacity than tolerated. Alright, let's maybe make something... non-accepted. This is baseline. Tolerated. More growth. More growth, / happier. And then accepted. You know, elevated culture to being accepted, at which point they have higher rights. 3 times the cost as being tolerated. So, if what you want to do is maximize growth, it might be the case that going with a lot of tolerated pops is better. It's usually more desirable. As they will give you more levies and sailors. Accepted cultures also count towards whether you core a province and whether your colonial charter will flip to your ownership. So let's put more sailors and levies. Colonial charters. Count towards coring, and whether a colonial charter count towards coring. Countries whose primary culture is one of your accepted cultures will see you more favorably. Better for Diplo. Okay, so I think that this means, though, that if places aren't integrated, you will not want to try and accept the pops. because the trade-off is maybe not going to be worth it. Country use primary culture is one of your accepted cultures, see more favorable. However, accepted pops cannot be slaves. You cannot accept a culture with an enemy culture opinion. Okay, kind of makes sense that they can't be slaves. Primary culture. At the very top of the pyramid is primary culture, which every country has exactly one. The principal culture of your apparatus of the state and is favored in many calculations. It is not necessarily the largest culture. You can find several countries with a small elite of nobles or clergy rule over the peasant masses belonging to different cultures. Primary culture is an important gate to a lot of gameplay content, such as advances, unit types, government reforms, and so on. It's possible to list this all here, but just know that primary culture can affect many parts of the game. You can swap your primary culture with an accepted culture if it fits the requirements, such as you become the dominant culture of your country, or if it's the culture of your ruler. There is also a game rule for it to be the same culture group. So, primary culture. Can swap. Situationally. Next up we see language. Attached to cultures is the language system, which is spread across 3 tiers. Dialect, language, language family. Dialect, language, language family. Of the 3, language is the most important, where most of the gameplay action takes place. Here you can see Romantic, Slavic, Germanic. Let's maybe put in language that there are tiers, even if we don't get too much out of this. We have dialect, language group. And we assume that this is going to affect antagonism, right? But Latin for the Pope? Do we see that in here? I thought that was on the dev diary. We don't see like a little snippet of Latin, so maybe that's something that's been added later. The largest subdivision, many languages belong to a language family. For example, Arabic belongs to Semitic. The Indo-European is split into subgroups like Germanic or Romantic because otherwise it's simply too large. Languages like Basque are isolated. Oh look, there's Basque. And do not exist in a language family. This mostly offers small opinion bonus and also minimizes cost of things like acceptance and market attraction. Yeah, okay. Cultural acceptance and migration attraction. Or market attraction. Does it mean you could go, for example, get Portuguese cultural advances, then flip French, and also French advances on top of the Portuguese ones? Nope, nope, nope. Whatever culture you enter the age with, that determines your advances. Your advances get locked when you enter an age. So if we're in the Renaissance age, or Age of Discovery, or what, I forget which one's first. If we're already in the, let's say we're already in the age of the Renaissance age, I think that's before the Age of Discovery, we're locked in on our culture. So if we are Portuguese and we flip French, we still have the Portuguese advances. But then once we enter the next stage, we will get the French advances instead. Every culture has a single language which represents the most common vernacular amongst its people. Languages are often larger groups comparable to EU4, a culture group size. If anyone's played that game, for example, Iceland, Sweden, blah blah blah, etc. Languages have language power, which is impacted many sources, such as which countries use it as court language, common language, liturgical language. It is often expressed as a percentage of the most world's language in the world, and impacts intensity of bonuses you get from it. Ooh. Language group is this. We see a bunch of different languages: French, Occitanian, Spanish. To add diversity within a language, we have a system of dialects, though we aren't especially set on that nomenclature. They were nomenclature. What a fancy word. It's also the correct word. They represent vernaculars that in Project Caesar's time period broadly formed a dialectical continuum and are an effective way to differentiate from them without weakening them and splitting them into full languages. Dialects are purely for flavor and have no gameplay effect. Okay. This game's going to be so deep. Damn. Yeah, basically. But not necessarily complicated. So they're adding an enormous amount of depth, but one of the things I really love is with that, almost every system is automatable. And when you make it automatable, it's not going to, like, even with so many systems and so many different things to look at, it's not necessarily going to be overwhelming when you first play. So we see common language. This is the language of the country, simply the language that is used by the primary culture. It can't be chosen or changed without changing the primary culture. The liturgical language. Every country has a liturgical language which represents the clergy used in their rituals and scriptures, and by extension, scholars use in academics' work. Some country allow you to choose liturgical language, etc. And generally, you would want to adopt a liturgical language power with a high language power. Liturgical language. That is super cool. I wonder if flipping to Muslim or Arabic at game start, like, because I think in 1337 the Middle East is more advanced, right? That might be kind of the tail end of when the Middle East is more advanced. But swapping to Arabic for the extra research for your liturgical language, it would be, like, kind of sick. Some religions allow a country to choose whichever liturgical language they like. So, for example, Eastern Orthodox countries use languages like Greek or Church Slavonic, whereas Catholic churches and Islamic churches are forced to use Latin and Arabic selectively. So if you're Byzantium, you probably either want to go Latin or Arabic at game start. That's so sick. We have info on the gameplay loop, though. Vic 3 is the constant factory building. EU4 is about spending mana points. HOE4 research production. Stellaris is something. What is this, though? I mean, I think that the economic system is somewhat similar to Victoria 3, with more of an emphasis placed on chasing chase resources than just pure volume of buildings. Because the upper... For Victoria 3, its low price is a quarter of base price, but its high price is not even double the base price. So you do not get rewarded as hard for expensive prices. In Project Caesar, the upper rung of price that you can get is not plus 75, it's plus 500%. And if a price is plus 500%, getting and providing that specific resource becomes very valuable. And so expanding, looking for new lands to get new resources becomes much more of a play pattern. Also, in Victoria 3, you can really only spend money on 3 things. There's a little bit more. I guess 4 things. Let's call it 4 things. You can spend money on more construction. This is the primary one. You can spend money on, institutions. By extra bureaucracy. You can spend money on military, and you can spend money on universities. That's kind of it. Project Caesar has a lot more sinks for money that have oblique trade-offs for that money sink that are not just purely economic. And so your relationship with money, even though that's the core of the economic gameplay loop, your relationship with money is going to be different than Victoria 3 because you will have things that have trade-offs. You have more trade-off decisions, money or this, than you do in Victoria 3, just generally speaking. You feel like it's going to be something like Stellaris? I mean, they're using Victoria 3's... They're using a system of resources and price and this type of stuff. They're using prices. I don't see how it would be like Stellaris. Like, prices, the fact, when prices affect the economy, like, I think it's probably going to be more similar. It depends what you mean by gameplay loop too. I think that if you want to focus just on the military, you can automate the economic stuff and just focus on the military as well. I think that's one of the really kind of good things from a usability perspective for projects these days. Markets also have market language representing the lingua franca used to trade between merchants, which is based on the dominant language for the burghers in the market capital. The higher the market power, the higher its contribution to language power. With high language power, market power, market language affects language power. So as you get a bigger and bigger economy, this makes it so you get more and more research because you increase the power of the language that's your liturgical language. Oh, but not for freaking Latin. Womp womp. Latin's not going to get buffed because it's not going to be your market language because it's not the language of the burghers. Locations will have a higher attraction towards markets that share the dominant language and slightly smaller bonus if they only share the language family. Court language as well. Stellaris has prices. The market's dynamic. It does not feel dynamic in the same way. Stellaris has prices, the market is dynamic. Yeah, but Stellaris' market is don't sell or buy more than 40 a month. Yeah, it's not informed by buy and sell orders. If there's more demand for... like Stellaris, you just get the resource and you stockpile it, and there's no moving economy that's constantly rolling over, like there is in Victoria 3. Every country also has a court language, which represents the primary vernacular used in the formal proceedings of the government, and it might be the language spoken in the parliament and legal documents. Unlike others, court language can be changed almost at will. The possible languages drawn from your primary and accepted cultures, your overlord country. The exact court language you have affects the satisfaction of various estates. Nobles want you to have more powerful language. Okay, let's... Easiest affects estates. Let's read through the effects, though. Nobles want you to have more powerful language, meanwhile peasants want you to have the common language. Burghers are happy if you use the same language as the market capital. The clergy, of course, want everything to be in the liturgical language, so they want you to run the court language through Latin. Most countries start with the same court language as their common language, but significant examples of where it's different in 30 to 37 would include the Norman French and English. England makes sense, of course, and the church in Catholic theocracies. Okay, so the court language here is Latin. We can see that this is what we were talking about earlier with the papacy, or the papal states. They have Latin, and then Norman French, of course, makes sense here as well. Identifying which province is best. Next target, and taking it sounds probably more complex than it is. A really big limiter on the economics is control. So not identifying not only what resources you have, but also what resources you can establish control over, and radiating out and moving control, possibly even thinking longer term and being like, okay, I want to move my capital at a certain point. And I want to move my capital to here. So planning ahead in that way is probably going to be important economically. Because let's say we're playing Spain, right? And let's say we're playing Aragon, right? Yeah? And we want to eventually get Moroccan states. Well, that means we're probably planning on moving our capital to where Andalusia is. That way we can have as much control as possible. Alongside some of our territory, this type of thing. And so you can have a strategy around maximizing control that extends, later into the game. as a result of being able to move the capital, because you can move the seat by which your economic power radiates. And maybe you just think France is too difficult to go after, so if your capital starts up here in like Barcelona, right, you're probably not going to want to keep it there. And then moving it down here maybe makes a lot of sense if you can go after Andalusia. I assume you have to like have them some level of integration or something like this to move your capital there. But I think that the complexity or the long-term strategic decision of where to put your capital might be one that's significant. And this will affect which countries or which states are worth taking. Because if your capital's up here, then you maybe want to take Provence, you maybe want to move your capital to Genoa, and then you kind of go after like this area. If you move the capital down here, suddenly we're taking Northern Africa and Morocco. And that's a big pivot as to where we're going to kind of like seat our power. But we don't want to expand in both, because then we won't be able to really establish control over both. Or maybe we move the capital to Andalusia in the early game, right? And then in the later game, the capital comes back to Barcelona as it becomes easier for us to establish control along the entire Mediterranean, and we start going after some of this Italian stuff. And so we can have a sensitivity to control that is not just, it's not static, it's dynamic, and it develops over time, and it is going to have particular timing windows, let's say. It could be more passive and slot machine like CK3. Well, if you automate a lot of stuff, it'll be really passive, right? Shouldn't it be that nobles also want you to use their language, not just the powerful one? I think that, well, when you're interacting with people from other countries and they are using a particular language, a lot of, like, French... Okay, let's put it like this. International business is really done, and diplomacy is generally done in English right now. It used to be the case that French was the language that everyone learned as their secondary language. I think like before World War II, and that would have been like a high power type thing, because this was like the language of diplomacy and interacting with other nations and this type of thing. Although the burghers would be like, that maybe like kind of seems more like with a burgers thing. This is Loki giving me CK3 x Vicky 3 vibes. I see what you mean. Building the monopolies like Vic 3 late game. Building the things that are not monopolies, because if you monopolize a certain product, yeah, that might have some specific value, but I'm not sure establishing monopolies has rewards here in Project Caesar. A culture group is a set of cultures that have some sort of shared identity towards each other. Culture groups are usually independent languages, and current diplomacy would rather represent more of a geographic or genealogical connection. Okay, geographic or genealogical connection. Definitely with the English, Normans conquered England, and that's why they speak French in the court. It's difficult to represent without abstraction. A good example would be the British culture group. Yeah, exactly. The diverse cultures of Great Britain has 3 different languages across several different countries, and yet they're still united by their shared history and influence that transcends this. So we get British culture group. Do we have culture group? No, we haven't talked about this yet. In gameplay terms, culture groups will give small opinion bonus and make cultural acceptance a bit cheaper, but also various pieces of content are gated behind culture group instead of culture. Culture group gates some content, I guess. I don't think we need to note the opinion bonuses. Norse Goel is the most extreme example of multiple culture groups, but the median will be closer to 1 or 2. Okay, that's all for now, but our talks don't stop here on the culture. Next week, the artists currently known as Johan, will make a will make a song and dance about deeper aspects of culture that are brand new for Project Caesar, such as works of art and culture war. Like culture power, I think. Or more local price shenanigans, as you explained. I locate those in Vic 3. Oh, like playing around Mappy. Yeah. This is also why it's called Lingua Franca. That actually probably is the case. Trade fix is awesome, but I do wish that it got fixed this year too. List 10. Scrooge, you're behind. Or is my chat somehow super behind? No, Scrooge is super far behind. Okay. I don't understand why we have dialects at all. It's weird if your Danish character's name is getting Swedish spellings, that's true. Flavor tool to immerse players, this makes sense. For dialect. It doesn't support modding for different types of culture groups that give different bonuses. In the base game, cultures and culture group modifiers don't have any modifiers, but it's exposed to modders if they want to create fantasy orc with unique modifiers or give the Welsh culture its historic bonuses, for example. Let's see, this is St. Dave. The name of Johann's database is actually name equals John, and Russia will compare against previous named John rulers. What? Okay. I think that we don't want to delve too deeply into the culture and this type of thing. Who is Johan? Yeah. What have you done to Johan? He's trapped. He's still trapped in a trunk. We haven't seen him for 2 Wednesdays in a row. I think something's happened to Johan. Okay, I think we're not getting too much out of this. So we're gonna go to 37. Arts and culture here. I feel like I'm far behind, like 30 seconds, test. Actually kind of fine. Yeah. The Twitch is faster than the YouTube, but Scrooge is responding to... right now he's responding to us talking about how we hate war resolution, declaration and resolution, which was like a half hour ago. That's him saying you can make a Vic 3 mod if you want. Hello everyone and welcome to another Tinto Talks, the happy Wednesday, of course, of the day of the week where we tell you information about our super secret game with the codename Project Caesar. This week we will talk about art and culture, not why it's important to the world, but the impact it'll have in your game. To begin with, every culture in Project Caesar has 2 important attributes, cultural influence and cultural tradition. So let's kind of get some of this down. Cultural influence. And then cultural tradition. And this is, for in terms of gameplay loop, for example, culture mattering adds a layer of complexity that's like not as present in Victoria 3 regarding the gameplay loop. Because Victoria 3 is like pure economics. This is the attack power of culture in the context of culture war, representing how impressive it appears to other cultures and reach beyond its borders. Its monthly increase depends on prestige, some cultural buildings, and also on increases upon completion of work of art. Cultural tradition. This is the defense power of a culture in the context of a culture war. Let's, I guess... Defense part in the context of culture war, representing how Well, strongly these culture's traditions resonate with its people. Tradition has a monthly change dependent on relevant buildings, but also on the amount of art you have in your country. The average literacy. So this is based on current art, whereas this is based on new art. Completion. The average literacy of your nobles also has a significant impact on your cultural tradition as well. This makes some sense. As you see in the screenshot above, primary culture of the country is one benefiting from your art and nobles. Cultural tradition, we see works of art, locations. Outward societal value, not like this. Victoria 3 IMO is just capitalism lab minus stock exchange, but new graphics with some flavor, and IG, I guess there's war in there too. Yeah, there's not like finance and market expansions and collapses and what is it? Inflation. Inflation's like, I'm not sure exactly how you are supposed to like represent inflation though in a game like Victoria 3. Like if it was easy they would have done it. So what is the cultural influence and cultural tradition impacting them? Well, we have a concept called culture war, which impacts several aspects of the game. For the part where culture is relevant, cultural influence of the attacking culture is compared against the one of the defending culture. If it's positive, you will get bonuses. If it's negative, you will face penalties. There are plenty of diplomatic actions where having a dominant culture is beneficial for the other country to accept your deals, not to mention the fact that building a spy network is faster if you have cultural dominance. This also has an impact if you have conquered some land and want to integrate it so your cultural influence is bigger than the traditions, it will integrate faster. This is also valid if you want to annex a subject. You also assimilate people faster if you have a higher cultural influence than the pop's cultural traditions. They can have a small impact on sieges as well. So assimilation, integration, and diplomacy. Cultural investment. One of the most important advances in the Asian Renaissance is the patron of the arts. It's one of the early parts of the tree that requires the Renaissance institution, allows you to invest in the culture. The cost depends on the size of the economy and how many artists you want to employ. There's direct impact from investment you can make each month on your prestige, as well as the skill of the artists that they create. So can invest in artists is maybe the point we want to make. I guess the key distinction here is owned works of art. And this is new created works of art. When you create it, you get the BOP. Market prices are kind of similar to inflation. Oh, food is 10% more expensive this month. Yeah, but it's already doing something else. So you can't make the base price never increases, right? And so you'll never have something double in price over the course of Victoria 3, or you won't have currencies devalue relative to another in this type of thing. These are characters that appear in countries that are investing into culture. They spend their time creating new art or figuring out what they should create. They also increase their skill over time, depending on how much money you will throw at them. If you get frustrated with them not producing art, you can always commission directly by throwing even more money at them. Various building events can impact the skill floor and ceiling of new artists as well. One artist that exists at the start of the game, shout out to Martini. If you have less than double the number of supported artists in your country, you can always poach an artist from a smaller and rich country. The artist will then move to your country and benefit, etc., etc. There are several different types of artists, and they create different types of arts. I don't think we need to take a look and read through this closely, because I don't think it's going to affect anything too crazily, because you're not getting specific bonuses from different types of artists. I think you just have works of art that are just giving you the generic kind of culture. You need the Pog emote? Yeah. We needed the generalist Pog emote on the Twitch. Because we do have like a generalist pog emote, but it's only on the YouTube right now. But the Twitch has the loud car emote. We should maybe just have entirely different emotes for each. Tarkus is gonna go crazy over languages in this game. I super want to talk to Tarkus about maybe we talk about languages in the game. We could do a podcast or a pogcast. Hell yeah, brother. Work of art is something that the artist has created. When the artist create, it will directly increase the cultural influence of the primary culture that the artist is working in. Not all artists will necessarily live in a capital or create their work of art there either. This is work of art present at the start of the game. When a location is conquered, though, or siege or normal occupation, there's a chance for works of art to be looted or destroyed. If it's looted, it will be transferred to your capital. A nice museum a few centuries later, which is a shout out to Britain. Having some in your country has some benefits, increasing your prestige and traditions. So, art can be looted. This is probably an important distinction. So, if you go really heavily in... Well, you can declare, like, silly wars that don't cost a lot of aggressive expansion and just try and raid people for their art, which is kind of an interesting thing. We see cultural tradition and monthly prestige in here. True melting pot. Oh, wait, okay. There's direct benefit to all locations who have their arts as well, depending on how much art you have. It provides some good benefits. The level of art. Pop promotion speed, convulsion, assimilation, institution growth, cultural tradition. I don't know if this is a really nice bonuses from the pop promotion speed. Oh, promotion's probably really good. Promotion, conversion, assimilation. Promotion, conversion, assimilation. And institution growth. Get Tarkus on call. Get him on the podcast. And then currency strength should be weak when you are in debt. Debt taken from capitalists. We need national currencies and currency strength, yeah. Well, it would also matter, like, being net imports versus net exports should affect... like trade and like this type of thing. This sounds so much like CK3 to me. This is really like CK3 and Vicky 3 had a baby. It's like all of the games together had a baby of the Paradox franchise. Because there's so much from everything. Like the economic system, like they tried to peel as much out of Vic 3 as they could. And so like the economic system looks like Vic 3 a lot. There's a concept that, but like the political system doesn't look like Vic 3 at all. The political system looks like EU4. It's a concept that has existed in many of our previous Grand Strategy games and is present in Project Caesar as well. Take a value between 0 and 100 and decay to 0 if nothing else increases, where the decay is bigger than the higher the prestige is. Prestige is tied heavily. It also affects diplomacy and trade. I'm going to pull this to the side, and so I can type faster into the thing. So I can use the fact that I have two screens. Monthly aggressive expansion has been replaced, though. And then it's affected greatly by works of art. Because looking at this, it's almost all coming from the art. For England, at least at this juncture. I don't see the military stuff. Maybe it has Hoey 4 genes in there too. No, it doesn't look like Hoey because it wouldn't make sense to have a front system. It looks like EU4. Or it looks like Imperator / EU4. Probably more Imperator for the military. Stay tuned. Actually, but they don't have like tactics. Tactics was kind of a mistake. Stay tuned, as next week we'll go into details about the societal values we have. I can imagine devs spending months just to optimize the amount of calculation this majestic game has. Yeah, that is the question that keeps getting raised. Finally, I can bring culture wars of modern politics to my grand strategy game. We don't have any woke or incel cultures, though. Womp womp. When the call for representation must begin. Dynamic after the start of the game in terms of art. You are late. A wizard is never late. Or is he? Was this posted on Thursday? Finders keepers. That's a direct... That should be in quotation marks. Shout out to the British Museum. Scientists write books and theses, so scientists don't interact with research in any way. Research in progress is done by engineers, not present in the game at the moment, sorry. Okay, so no special representation, but this is maybe something that could be in a DLC, is more fine-tuned systems regarding research. Because the research systems, I don't think necessarily seem that crazy. How can architectural works be looted? Not all art can be moved. Can't move, of course. St. Basilicas. I know one building was moved. I forget. I don't know if that's the joke, if St. Basilica's moved. Looks like Stone of Stone has been moved to Westminster. Yeah. Historical figures. Sack London and destroy it accidentally. In terms of Scotland. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get too much in terms of influencing the metagame, in terms of reading through these, so... asking for, like, specific, explanations of things is generally a little bit more on the nose. Let's go to Tinto Talk number 38 here. Hello and welcome. Project Caesar. Where's the Happy Wednesday? The fuck is this? Today we will delve into the world of societal values. Societal values determine the attitude of the country. This ranges from minus 100 to plus 100, where minus 100 is completely to the left, plus 100 completely to the right of the societal value. These could change slowly over time. I don't know if we'll take too many notes for this unless we can see systems that really allow you to influence this a lot. So things that give you agency, we'll take notes on. We won't take notes on which societal values we think are better. Government reforms or laws the country has. If you feel you can't wait for society to change, you can always have a member of cabinet to focus on attempting to nudge a certain value to something else in your country. And so estate privileges is the big one. We've seen a lot of estate privileges that affect these things. Effective skills at changing societal values, we do see is primarily influenced by Diplo, marriage rights, crown power, chancery, and the Diplo of not just the king, but also this. I do think that, yeah, just like every cabinet action, I think is 30% affected. So, there are 13 common societal values that all countries have at the start, and currently one for countries, one unique for countries in and around China, which will be talked about in later Tinto Talk. We have another one added in the Age of Absolutism as well. Some of these societal values, I think they've said that now a bunch of societal values you acquire over time, but I can't remember. Or the design intent from previous games like EU2 or EU3, but they're almost always different impacts. We have centralization versus decentralization. They're showing at max value. Fully centralized will give you a ton of crown power, but maximum war exhaustion. I think this is the maximum penalty you can incur from war exhaustion, which isn't that big a negative. Road building time decreased. I don't think this decreases the cost of roads, though, just the speed of building them. Counter-espionage is going to be nice. And then decentralization, maximum war exhaustion is minus. Distance to capital, so this is more control. So, yeah, decentralization might be kind of okay, because it just means you get more control. But the value goes to the estates. But value going to the estates is not necessarily a bad thing, because estates build buildings, and if they're all happy with you, they don't build that bad of buildings. But I guess it depends on what proportion of buildings are bad that are getting built by the estates. But decentralization might even be good. Monthly rebel growth minus, counter-espionage minus, yeah. The question is getting the direct crown power more valuable, or is the increase to control going to be more valuable? +1 infringement. Not the copyright infringement. Societal values also have a controversial topic. Maybe that's why no Happy Wednesday. Oh, maybe. Traditionalist versus individ. Okay. Innovative country wants more literate population and faster adaptation of the institution. Okay, traditionalist country will have higher state satisfaction, stability will grow faster, and bigger cultural tradition growth, while institutions will be more expensive to replace. Innovative country will have a higher maximum literacy, which I think affects research speed, or if you're approaching it. Bigger cultural influence growth, cheaper institution growth, but stability will be more slow to grow. Spiritualist versus humanist. Spiritualist country will convert pops faster, increase the amount of clergy in towns and cities. Now, this is probably a good thing, because this increases your research and increase the tolerance of your faith while reducing the speed of assimilation. So, spiritualist seems pretty good. Humanist country will assimilate pops faster, increase the tolerance of heathens and heretics, but reduce the speed of conversions. Spiritualist actually looks stronger than humanist. Aristocracy versus plutocracy, but maybe actually... How important is assimilation? I think assimilation is really slow, right? Conversion's kind of okay. Reducing the speed of conversions is maybe a problem. But I think the assimilation was ungodly slow based on what we saw. I'm assuming you want more decentralization when you conquer a bunch of new land, and centralization the rest of the game in general. Well, the decreased distance to capital means you can have more control over if you blob. If you are smaller, you probably want more centralization. If you are more spread out, you probably want decentralization, and that's probably the way to look at it. Aristocracy versus plutocracy. An aristocratic country will increase the amount of diplomats you get, the amount of noble pops in cities. I think in general you want to push power towards the burghers and maybe towards the clergy as well. So going spiritualist, you can decrease proportionally the power of the nobles. So I think you don't want aristocracy. A plutocratic country will increase the amount of burghers in cities, which I think you want. Reduce the cost to court and increase trade efficiency, but dramatically increase the power of the burghers. Okay. Serfdom versus free subjects. We get the impact of serfdom. Maximum tax for peasants' estate plus 2%. If you tax them the full rate, they're probably not going to be that happy with you anyway. And then the estate builds stupid stuff, but they're probably not making enough money to build stuff, really. Peasant food consumption plus 1%. RGO output plus 1%. Supply limit plus 1%. I don't know how strong that is, 1%. If there's a lot of things that have RGO output, plus 1% is going to be really insignificant. If there's not, it's probably pretty solid. As you can see, serfdom-focused country increases possible tax for peasants, the raw materials they produce, and the supply limit. So country with free subjects, on the other hand, will increase monthly prosperity. Prosperity had some pretty sick bonuses, as we saw. Make pops promote faster, that's probably going to be good. Reduce the food consumption of peasants, but increase the amount of tax but reduce the amount of tax you can collect from peasants. I don't know if you want to max tax peasants anyways, because this is going to decrease the approval of the estate. I almost said interest group. So, yeah. So belligerent versus conciliatory. I think this might be the one where if you fight more, you will trend towards belligerent. A belligerent country is a country that does not worry about the opinion of other countries. A conciliatory one tries to appease others. So if you're accumulating a lot of the replacement for the word escapes me yet again, then I think you will probably trend towards belligerent, maybe either by being weaker or it's just believed that it's easier to catch flies with honey. Belligerent country will create costless belly faster, get cheaper war score costs, and faster supply network constructions, but their diplomatic reputation will suffer significantly. A conciliatory nation will increase the efficiency of the cabinet. Do we know how much? We don't see any conciliatory here. Increasing the efficiency of the cabinet generally seems pretty strong, but you already have quite a lot of modifier from efficiency of the cabinet coming from the ability of both the cabinet member and the leader, up to an additional 60% from there. Increase loyalty of subjects, improve diplomatic reputation, but casus bellis will be far more difficult to create. Okay. I wonder what the opportunity cost for the casus belli is. If it's just time, then conciliatory seems considerably better. Conciliatory just kind of seems better here. Antagonism, that's the one. Thank you. I think that's the second or third time you've told us it's or it's at least the second time, but it might be the third. An army that focuses on making each soldier perform better, while an army focused on quality tries to get more people to fight in battles, quantity. Quality will recover morale faster, gain bonus to military tactics, have far higher initiative, but the maintenance costs will be higher. Initiative lets you get into battle better, lets you do more damage. Country which favors quality will have a higher possible frontage. That also seems strong. Cheap armies, less food consumed by armies, but initiative will be far worse in battle. This probably has to do with if you're fighting with... If you can fill the front, quantity's probably bad. If you can't fill the front, quantity maybe is better. I don't really know. Quality just generally seems better in these games, though. Offenses versus defense. A country that is focused on offensive prefers the attack. This makes sense. So army movement speed, 10%. Now, outmaneuvering guys does seem more important here in Project Caesar, because you can cut supply lines. Fort defense, minus 50%. Womp womp. Siege ability plus 10%. Assault ability plus 10%. So, you can maneuver and try and cut their lines, though. If they siege a fort, you can try and cut their supply lines rather than trying to relieve the siege and just try and outmaneuver them, maybe. With defense, you will get minus army and movement speed, extra fort defense, plus combat speed, and fortification maintenance. Combat speed is better for actual fighting, I think, right? Than assault ability. Maneuverability is generally super strong in games. Here I wanted to actively clarify, wanted to avoid military-only attributes, otherwise 99% would go land, on land versus naval. More population to higher equals quantity, and less population it'll pop quality. This might be the way. I think often it's just one is just better than the other for like all circumstances, but if it's balanced it should work, something like that, yeah. A land country will trace proximity quicker over land, trade over land, and have larger RGOs, but trade is more expensive. Trade by sea over sea is more expensive. This will probably be a function of, yeah, if you're landlocked or inland, land is going to be the thing. Otherwise, navy is going to be the thing. Naval country will trace its proximity quickly over water. Trade over water, maritime presence is faster, but trade over land is more expensive. Yeah, I imagine for a lot of European countries you'll want to do that aren't. I guess Germany you'll want land, but for non-German ones. I mean, I guess the Balkans, Russia also probably want land. But also, maybe it's harder to trace control inland just in general over land, and so maybe you're like, hey, we trace it well enough by sea anyways, let's trace it a little bit better by land. Like, maybe it's hard to get get your control into the middle of, like, Spain, if you're, like, playing Aragon and you annex Spain, or you annex Castile and you become Spain, and you have this capital on the coast because you have a lot of Mediterranean holdings. And maybe the propagating your Mediterranean holdings will be fine because you have enough control anyways there, and you want to propagate control deeper inland into Spain. Alright. Hey T-Rex, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Capital economy versus traditional economy. A capital economy will have cheaper buildings, lower bank interest rates, and higher production efficiency while food production is reduced. I feel so confident this is going to be better than traditional economy with not having read traditional economy. Traditional economy will produce more raw materials. Oh, just kidding. Produce more food, have higher population capacity, but buildings will be more expensive. Is this buildings... Does buildings not include RGOs? Well, then this will be a function of whether or not you have good RGOs. The better your RGOs, the more traditional you'd want to be, probably, then. And the worse your RGOs. But also, as you get later and later into the game, I think manufacturing probably gets better and better, relatively speaking. Based on, like, no data points, but just an intuitive understanding of how the game design probably is. But there's a bunch of things that are... there's a bunch of institutions that are better, that seem really good, that you get with capital economy. And so traditional economy will slow you down from getting that type of thing. But if you have, like, a bunch of gold, maybe traditional economy is better, because that's a raw material, right? And if you're just, like, looking to push that... Yeah, cheaper buildings, I assume, means non-RGO buildings. Or RGOs don't count as buildings. Individualism versus communalism. An individualistic country will have higher morale in its armies, and navies have far faster migration speed for its pops, but slightly lower estate satisfaction. Have higher morale in its armies. Slightly lower estate satisfaction. Lower estate satisfaction means you will, if you want to keep their satisfaction overall above the threshold of 50%, you will be able to tax them less. And if you are taxing them less, this effectively makes it so that you lose money. But if you're taxing them less, they get to keep the money. So it's not like you strictly lose the money. Because if they use the money that they get to build buildings, and the buildings have a certain percentage of them being good, you actually don't care that you're not getting the money directly in terms of economic stimulus, as long as the AI builds in a reasonable way, which they might not. A communalist country will have a lower satisfaction threshold for pops to join rebels, far cheaper to revoke privileges from the estates, and slightly higher state satisfaction, but pops will migrate far slower. Also depends how important migration is. It depends on also what type of migration this applies to. There's intra-market migration, and then there's, like, colonization. Does this apply to colonization? Probably not. Probably intra-market. And if your markets don't have other countries' locations in them, this is just shuffling around your own pops. It's not stealing pops from another country. So... communalist seems like maybe better. Mercantilism versus free trade. Mercantilist country aims to protect your market price of the products produced in the country, while a country focused on free trade wants to benefit from more trade around the world. This probably just depends on if you can produce a lot of traders. Free trade is going to be better. If you can't, it's going to be worse. It's probably going to be pretty straightforward. Mercantilism minus trade maintenance, minus trade efficiency. extra market protection. So I think this makes it so it's easier to have all of your own states inside your own market. But I can't remember. Export cost from market is increased. And with free trade, you have more of a trade advantage, more trade efficiency. I mean, trade efficiency, I think, is probably just a free money modifier. When you trade, I think you get the value equal to like if you export a good, you get the difference between the sell price in the market you're selling from and the buy price in the market you're selling to. So if I sell tobacco that's minus 50% in the Americas and I sell it to Great Britain where it's 500%, I will effectively get 450% of the base cost of tobacco, and I think this 1% applies to that 450. And then market protection minus 25%, so it's easier for your market, for locations in your country to join other markets. And then we see burgers trade capacity plus 100%. They have their own automated trade, and you have trade, right? I can't remember. But extra trade capacity just seems pretty good. Outward versus inward, so we assume free trade's a little bit better. Yeah, so we're not going to see anything in terms of mechanics here, it looks like. Just other than like thinking through which of these might seem better. Outward versus innie. Do you have an outie or an innie? An innie, comment below. An outward country has a high power projection, higher diplomatic capacity, and faster migration to colonies, but a lower cultural tradition growth. So if you're not colonizing, probably inward's better. Inward country will have higher crown power, higher control. Higher control is a big one. Faster cultural tradition growth, but the colony migration will be slow. So if you're building a colonial empire, if you colonize faster, you get more merchants because your colonies give you a lot of merchants in terms of how a colonist subject differs from another other subject. And so if you're investing a lot of money into that type of thing, then you're going to be colonizing a lot, getting a lot of merchants, this type of stuff, running a bunch of trade. If you are not doing colonization, then the crown power will allow you to extract more wealth rather than your states getting it, which is valuable. But the higher control is probably the bigger deal. Because you will be able to, if you're thinking from a European perspective, you will be able to expand farther in the old world and still have the states be valuable and will not have to bother as much with the new world. Colonial migration will be very slow. It's possible that a balanced kind of gamut is going to be decent. It also just depends on the numbers too, probably. Any gang, where are we at? Hell yeah, brother. Let's go. Liberalism versus absolutism. Emphasize the civic liberties. Blah, who likes that? A liberal country will have a higher cultural capacity, easier to get through requests in parliament, and its pops are less likely to support rebels, but higher impact of a state power from cabinet position, or the impact of a state power from cabinet position is higher. I don't know if this is necessarily a bad thing. Because if you recruit a cabinet that intentionally, that is mostly like, let's say, burgers, you can push through a bunch of burger like reforms through parliament really easy if that's like what you want to do. An absolutist country will have a higher crown power, cheaper to revoke estate privileges, quicker integration, but the expected cost of court is higher. That makes sense. The crown power is of course good. Not really sure which one's better. Probably depends on the numbers. Voodoo communism. Wait. That's cute. Alright, let's just peel off maybe the first or second of these. I can't imagine this is going to be too informative. How many societal values will there be? You mentioned the ones in China, but a lot of others throughout the world. At release, not many. In a decade's time, probably many, so you'll acquire some of these. Are there any way to influence your subjects' societal values? No. Could always have a state preference for each societal value and make them unhappy/happy when promoting it. Starting to look like interest groups a little bit there. I mean, the states kind of look like interest groups a little bit. Truly. I could not agree with anything more. Mercantilism versus free trade is the traditional economy we've had for 200 plus years, though. Yeah. Okay, so let's look at number 39. I think we're going to 42. So we're kind of getting close to the end of the stream here. We have 3 more of these to do. Hello everyone, happy Wednesday, of course, Project Caesar. We have many, we may have seen some skills and experiences designing games, but we are not perfect, and that's why we are doing these Tinto talks, so that we can give feedback on anything which is less than Stellaris. And for us to think about the things we may not have thought about, that's true. If you were thinking what I was thinking, you'd be thinking about it too. Sometimes it's small, easy things, which we can do immediately and tell you which thread directly. Other times, larger things. Our Tinto talks from a month ago about great powers and hegemons was one of the very few we have made from a negative reaction. That had a negative reaction, but what was great with it was that we had plenty of great constructive user feedback from it. Pretty much everything in this thread is just built on the community, and he has been revised. So country ranks, there's now going to be moving away from unlocking powerful diplomatic actions. We reworked the ranks so the country is more about flavor and internal mechanics, moving away from unlocking diplomatic actions, like intervene and threaten war, so that they are for great powers instead. We also want to make some modifiers that make... there were also some modifiers that more fit for being a great power than a kingdom and an empire in name, like the power projection bonus that it gave. So we see extra artists, diplo range, diplo capacity, maximum diplomats... Great power score. Can do these things. New icon for the rank. Great power is not without its costs, and now being considered one of the increases the amount of gold a country needs to spend to keep up its legitimacy. That might be a slider one where you can spend more money, get more legitimacy. They also have a negative 25 opinion of each other. Bonuses you get now scale with the position you have amongst great powers, where the number 1 gives the highest one. We see France at number 5. Yuan at number 1, where we will get up to 10 power projection, monthly prestige, 0.1 diplomatic capacity, 2 monthly diplomats. I assume that this is kind of pretty close in terms of the scaling to kingdom at the bottom end of the scaling, and then full like Yuan at the end. Yuan gets a bit more than France. Oh, this is power rank, and then this is... Oh, no, wait. This is country rank, and this is great powers. So you can get both this bonus and empire level bonus. Oh my god, my voice is getting scratchy. Another change we did was the amount of great powers is now fluid. I think this is the one of these is one of the very few ones I left feedback on, where I was like, yo, Victoria 3 does it better. And it depends on how many countries are close to the number 1 great power. There's also a minimum number of great powers and a maximum, which depends on the total number of countries of the world. Hegemonies, we've done a lot of changes for our system for hegemonies, how they actually worked as well. We changed the hegemon system to be unlocked by advances, but instead they'll be available directly when Age of Discovery starts. Etc., etc. Every monthly, the strongest in the area the hegemon concerns will be proclaimed the hegemon. If there's a hegemon already, you need at least 10% more powerful in that area. So the military hegemon, if France has 200k soldiers, Sweden needs at least 240k to become the new hegemon, or reduce France's army to be smaller in some way. I wonder how. You will not lose your hegemony if you lose a war, though. Perfect. Another major change is you can hold multiple hegemonies. There's some drawbacks to hegemon. Of course, you will other countries just rush the hegemon, so every hegemony you get minus 20 opinion from every country. And an extra 20% AE, which will now be the new system of antagonism. There's also an increase to expected court costs and monthly prestige gain. We also removed the system of hegemonies becoming more powerful the longer you hold them, and removed most stacking modifiers and having the merely gives 1 bonus each. However, each hegemony gives you 2 unlocks, 1 unique cabinet action each, and a unique diplomatic action that can only be used by the hegemony. Unit food consumption minus force divert trade, reduce paperwork for the economic hegemon. Divert trade forces a non-great power to give up their merchant capacity and power in all markets they are present in. Yikes. This can be done to anyone that has their own market, though. But this forced diverted trade cannot be broken for 10 years. Cannot be done to anyone that has their own market. So they have to be... it has to be someone who doesn't own the market capital. Unless war breaks out. Cabinet action, reduce paperwork, increases production efficiency in the entire area. So what's an area? Area is a group of provinces. A province is a group of locations. Production efficiency is a powerful modifier which directly impacts the output of the building without increasing its input requirements. The output is... Production efficiency gives output. It's actually super... Not throughput, but output. I don't think we've seen, like, throughput actually at all. We've seen mainly output bonuses. 10% less naval damage taken. They can get force embargoes, which makes the target non-great power embargo another country. Yikes. Wawawiwa. Naval focus, which increases the maritime growth and harbor suitability of all ports in the area. Harbor suitability being very strong modifier, which allows for a lot more controlled propagation. So this seems pretty strong. Probably want to be using it. Has there been anything said regarding the Napoleonic Wars? Nothing in any of the ones we've reviewed recently. I'm trying to remember what was said where and when. Because I don't want to talk about stuff under certain circumstances. I mean, you can assume there are more cannons. Something, I think that the power level of, like, cavalry is constant throughout the game, and then, like, cannons really ramp up, if I recall correctly. And so this, I mean, this is not a surprise, but comping is more incentivized to be more cannon-oriented as the game goes later, related to the Napoleonic Wars. Violates sovereignty. Allows you to force military and food access to any non-great power country for 6 months. This means that you can ignore neutrality. Country you march through gets a casus belli. Cabinet action, soldiers as a workforce gives you faster construction speed in an area. This impacts roads, buildings, RGOs. Can be useful to build more barracks, forts, and iron mines quickly for the war machine. This kind of seems like a weak one overall. Especially if you're declaring war a lot, you'll be wanting to integrate a lot of locations. Cultural hegemon. I'm not sure that cultural and diplo hegemons were hegemons before. 25% growth to cultural tradition. They can use the diplomatic action to force change court language. Wow, so you can really force one language to be super dominant. This forces a non-great power country to change their court language to yours. Of course, they can change it back easy, which further strengthens your stronghold on culture. This cannot be changed for 10 years unless war breaks out. And then assimilate area allows you to assimilate pops in an entire area at once. Now you get this in the Age of Absolutism, but this is very powerful early on. A few times more powerful than promote culture. This is insanely powerful. Oh wait, this isn't integrate area. Sorry, this is assimilate area. Still, it still seems strong. Diplomatic hegemon. This is the second of our new hegemonies and is granted the great power with the highest diplomatic reputation. I assume that they will not get the opinion malice. This bonus is 30% higher impact from improving relations. They can use the diplomatic action influence country, which increases trust and opinion in a target non-great power country. Cabinet action diplomatic corps, which allows the country to dramatically increase their diplomatic capacity. I assume that they don't get the minus relations. Current 5 great powers at the start of the game, where we have the Yuan, the Sultanate of Delhi, the Ashikaga Shogunate, the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt, and the Kingdom of France. Let's take a look at reaction score here. Right quick. Yep, community has an impact. There aren't any local great powers, only global ones. Only global ones. We ran into tons of problems with it not being able to determine where is your local. What is the local you look at? Yeah. When the Age of Discovery spawns, I'm not entirely sure U1 is even on the map in most campaigns. A little bit of an interesting one. Shout out to the Red Turban Rebellion. Let's see. In single player, you manage to become a GP with many hegemonies. You now have minus 100 to minus 150 relations with everyone. That's a significant way to get everyone to attempt to stop you. It's a nice slowdown mechanic. We have a nice community. Yeah. Okay. I think that we're not going to get too much out of this hegemony stuff in terms of trying to think what the metagame looks like. So let's look up to number 40, government reforms. We have parliaments and disasters coming up after that. Disasters are probably going to be relatively light. So, welcome to Tinto Talks. Happy Wednesday, of course. Project Caesar. This week we'll be going into details on government reforms and look at some specific cases that you may be used or not. Representing everything from ancient traditions to progressive amendments, government reforms outline the shape of governance in the history. Each one is unique, but they often give powerful trade-offs. I constantly mix up government reforms and the state privileges, honestly. It is probably because I haven't played that much EU4. Each one is unique, but they often give us powerful trade-offs or open us up to unique playstyles. At the start of the game, countries are only allowed 2 government reforms, but every age there are at least one advance that unlocks another slot for reforms. Okay, so this is a slot-dependent one. Some specific reforms add another slot, so they're essentially free for that country. On average, in the final age, a country will have 7 or 8 reforms. So we're going to come in and say government reforms. These are gated by slots. And this maybe is intuitive to people who play EU4, but we need to distinguish them from estates. Or estate privileges. Common government reforms that are available to everyone are likely to have an age requirement, spreading out their availability over the game. Some reforms are major reforms, and a country may not have more than one major reform at one time. This is probably... There will be a diverse selection of reforms in each age, with about 5 common new ones coded each age. Okay. The unique ones are far more plentiful. Currently 150 unique reforms, which are going to be flavor. In the user interface, the government reforms exist in the crown part of the estate screen, as the crown does not really have any estate privileges. So we see all these estate privileges... Wait a second. Why do the nobles have way more slots? Is that because that scales with estate power? Estate privileges scale with estate power? Slots scale. Let's be a little bit more precise. Okay. France can have 3 reforms, but are the current ones actually beneficial? Removing a government reform currently casts 20 stab, which is a bit steep, but that could change. Some reforms cannot be reformed at all, though, and are locked behind specific circumstances that allow them to be removed. Adding a new reform does not have a cost, but it can take up to 2 years before the benefit is fully implemented. Love equilibriums in general. Commoner's estate, I'm going to have the Dithmarschen so hard when it comes out. There's also a bunch of unique estates that are flavored to individual countries. Here's some examples of early government reforms that many nations could have access to from the start. Again, we're probably not going to take notes on which ones of these that we think good. We're just going to talk about them as we kind of go through them here. You know, I was thinking about earlier, the whole eliminate nobles for politics thing. We're probably Victoria 3-pilled. We probably are, where you just want to get rid of the landowners. The nobility are probably, well, I kind of generally think that the burghers tend to be best, but like also I don't know EU4 meta or at all. In terms of burghers are good in EU4, but it generally seems to me that you can't control up, but you can eco up, and so you can establish a really high base, and so I think building tall is just going to be spectacularly more powerful than building wide, because control prevents blobbing, and I think the better estate for building tall is the burghers. But also, yeah, we're probably Victoria 3-pilled. They'll probably be equal to other estates in terms of value. Not as much of a roadblock to progress of Vic 3, not in that way, EU4 either, yeah. I generally think the clergy and the burghers seem strongest, based on what we've seen. But there's some nobility one that just straight up gives control, as well. And if there's really good reforms in the nobility, then you'll want them to have enough power to put in reforms. Or, sorry, privileges. So we have religious tolerance here. And this is, again, where we'll get a lot of our societal values. I think the societal value kind of trend is going to be a really strong motivator for a lot of these, but we do have religious tolerance, and then tolerance of heretics and heathens. Make your country more communal. I think communal didn't look as good, if I remember correctly. We see diplomatic traditions from time immemorial. I hate this as an introduction to a sentence. It reminds me of Since the Dawn of Time. I just don't like it. It's fine though. Like it's fine. Just like from a writer style perspective. Just our people have favored one word over above the sword, giving the ability to forge lasting relationships with our allies and friends, and a reputation as honest and loyal. Progress towards conciliatory. Now, I think conciliatory is generally pretty good, and diplomatic reputation, this can make it, this aids for becoming diplomatic hegemon, and diplomatic capacity, you can have more subjects. Having subjects, then, it solves the problem of control, so this kind of looks pretty good. Yeah, burghers seem pretty strong. What if the dhimmis are the strongest estate in the game? Ottomans are so back, baby. And the meta is to convert to Sunni as every country. Habibi. Mashallah, my friend. I mean, that'll be sweet. I think converting or using Arab as your liturgical language probably makes sense at game start, which is kind of interesting. There's a major reform for Catholic Church theocracies have access to. This is one of the types of reforms that truly defines a country. Military orders, yeah, so this is one you'll be locked in on, right? And it gives you progress towards belligerent and offensive. Clergy levy size plus 25%, maybe the target of military sponsorships. Clergy's allowed to lead, so this is going to be unique and locking you in. So let's take a look at some of the more unique government reforms that we have in the game right now. Family sagas. This is a unique reform to anyone that is primary culture of Icelandic can get, which is both Iceland and Greenland starts with. Our ancient sagas have passed orally through generations, etc., We're Vikings. Can recruit explorers? Yes. Can invite settlers? Yes. Monthly progress turns naval, allows exploration mission and cultural traditions. So you get the first bite at colonization here, if you're a Viking. If only they had the population to exploit it. Yeah, basically. Maybe this is a matter of intentionally losing your capital so that your capital gets forced moved to a place that has more pop. And then culture swapping while keeping the government reform. But then you have to still have primary culture Icelandic, I guess. Maybe you have to assimilate them all. This seems bad. 3 departments. I was about to say Chinese or Korean. 3 departments originates from the ancient Chinese empires and primary administrative structure of the state. All departments focus on several aspects of the process of drafting, establishing, and revising these policies. Set policy costs, minus 33%. Change policy. What are policies again? Okay, whatever it does, it makes them cheaper. Administrative efficiency plus 10%. I don't know how good administrative efficiency is, really. So this one's actually kind of hard to comment on. Is military not going to be strong for economics runs too? Because the last screenshot I saw, they had 50 countries giving them money for free. Military order, I think, as countries that get military order have other significant restrictions on like what they can do. Like these might be the countries that don't own locations. I can't remember. So I think there's like other stuff going on alongside military orders that like are like separate from the government reform on its own. Can't wait to spend the rest of my 20s playing this game. Hell yeah, brother. We went over a dev diary about policies earlier. I can't remember which one it was. Magna Carta. Shout out to King John. Kind of a bad guy, but... King John, there was only ever one King John. He did such a bad job that the royal family never named a child John again. And he signed the Magna Carta, which gave power over to the nobles. But he's kind of like... He inherited a really bad economy because Richard just bankrupted the country before him, Richard the Lionheart. And so he's commonly thought of being as really bad, but he inherited an awful situation. This is a unique reform that England starts with and is possible for any country with English primary culture if their overlord has the reform. The Great Charter is a constitutional law that distributes power away from the monarchy and towards the barons. First signed in 1215, it is also one of the earliest documents to enshrine the idea of civil liberties, such as the right to a fair trial and protection against illegal imprisonment. Progress towards free subjects and individualism, so this seems relatively good. Noble power plus 20%, parliamentary base support plus 10%. Now that seems incredibly strong. Parliament just base has extra support, so it's easier to push things in. Oh yeah, they don't own locations. Yeah, I think that's the trade-off, right? I wasn't 100% sure, but that's like, these are some nice bonuses, but not having locations is a vibe. I don't know if you can ever get locations either. Like, that just might be the run that you're swimming in. Hey, Hyder, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. We got 2 more to get through today. In terms of these. Parliaments is probably going to be the... Actually, no, wait. We want to look at some of these reaction score ones. Military orders should be able to own land. Though, shouldn't they? As the Teutons own a lot of the Baltics for a while. The Teutons might have a different government type than most of the orders. There might be like one for the Teutons and one for other orders. And exploration and settling bonuses to every single low population. Seafaring Western Europeans that tried to have even the most remote colonial projects, it's only fair. We should recognize the knowledge too, after all. Someone's whinging about Iceland getting a special bonus. Portugal has 1.3 million pops at the start. Iceland has 46k. Greenland has 1.5k. Yeah, this is pretty... You have to actually ship the pops away. So you like if Iceland you colonize and you spend you're sending almost your entire pops away. I guess you can do this if you want a new world country and you want to, because I think you can, when you finish colonizing a location, if I recall correctly, or a province rather, you can swap to that country. So Iceland might be one where you don't want to play Iceland. You just want to push all your pops to the new world and then play as the new world as fast as possible. Yeah, everything's responding to the Iceland thing. Sorry, been busy working on the game. This was a bit shorter and way more general than what I would have expected, yeah. I've been busy working on this game you're trying to get more information on. Alright. But why even have it when this culture's major exploration exploits were 100 of years in the past? Everyone's living in the past. I remember the fall of Carthage like it was yesterday. It should have never happened. But yeah, everyone wants to restore Rome. If someone's commenting about family sagas, every single one of these is about family sagas. Another person's going to the hospital. His family might not have a saga. Hope he makes it. Yeah. Yeah. We're not seeing anything too crazy. We're not seeing any screenshots of additional content in the comments here, which is kind of what I was hoping to see. Alright, we have parliaments coming up next. Iceland is the perfect Exodus country? I mean, it kind of might be. If the amount that you can push out from your countries... Well, not Iceland, but, no, yeah, Iceland. I was about to say Greenland, but Greenland has less pop. If your pushing is gated, is just a flat amount rather than a proportional amount, which I think it is, then you can send them out just as fast. Maybe it's proportional. But you just completely cripple the country you're leaving behind. If you're willing, can you look at the Tinto Talk post 162? It's really interesting about military units. We've seen this, but we can take a quick look at it again. I think it's the number one upvoted one, or number one reacted to. So we can just sort in this way. It's the one with the picture too, right? Yeah, this one. 162. Piotr. Yeah, this is the interesting one. Someone was asking us about Napoleonic warfare earlier, right? And from here, you can kind of get an idea of how combat power progresses, where artillery is going to progress up really, really well, and infantry is instead going to, we assume, just kind of operate as a meat shield as you start to enter the later and later ages. But the Age of Revolution's around when Napoleon was around. You see that the ratio, you probably actually want to conceptualize these in terms of ratios. Right, and relative to infantry. So what you want to do in traditions, infantry has a power of 1, cavalry 4, artillery 2. Next stage, it's 1, 4, 3. Discovery is 1, 4, 4, so artillery becomes just as good as cavalry, but we think cavalry has more initiative, and initiative is a strong trait, and we don't know if artillery has sufficient trade-off states, so maybe this is kind of the turning point, Discovery, where they're about as good, but by Reformation, cannons probably are better. And here we think of infantry as having a combat of 1, and then we think of cavalry having a combat of 4 over 1.5, and this is 5 over 1.5. So we relativize everything to one of these things. And then here we will see cavalry power continue to drop because instead of 4 over 1.5, it's going to be 4 over 2.5. But this absolutism, it looks like we're increasing the denominator by 50%. We're not increasing the numerator by 50%. So Reformation infantry should actually be stronger than absolutism infantry. But then revolutions here, well, again, we're increasing the denominator by a third, and we're increasing the numerator by a third here. So it should be relatively even, actually, in absolutism and revolution. Actually, no, maybe you shouldn't relativize it to infantry strength. Sorry, you shouldn't do that. It depends on how the math is done. Because if it's about having a differential in combat power, that's not something you should just abstract away. If combat power is just like a raw abstract number that doesn't rely on differential, you can. But if it relies on differential, then you could think of it instead as cavalry in the relative ages. It's plus 3, plus 3, plus 3, plus 2.5, plus 1.7, plus 1. And then artillery is plus 1, plus 2, plus 3, plus 3.5, right? So it's always going up. Plus 3.75 is still going up, and here it's plus 5. So if the difference is what's important, man oh man, do you really pop off in Age of Revolutions. 1 When are they adding atheists to Project Tizar? Truly the question. Artie also have free shot in bombard phase. Only Artie does this. This is also true. So you'd have to think about the proportion of... you get one free shot in the bombard phase, right? So you'd have to think about the proportion of your overall combat phases, that is, and the fact that you decrease... you decrease the size of their army with that initial shot. Which mathematically is kind of annoying to model, but like not too hard. And so with something like this, you could probably do a little bit of the math. We also see that artillery size is really small, though. And I think all things equal, this means, oh, what does this mean again? I'm trying to remember if this means you can have more artillery in the battle, or you don't have more artillery in the battle and they die really fast. But these ratios look like they are changing, because this starts out as 10%, and this ends up being like a third. Right, that's a considerable change. We'd be doing cavalry charges in the Age of Revolutions? Hell yeah, brother. I mean, I think the fact that they have initiative is still relevant in revolutions. Cavalry was used basically until trench warfare took over. And I think you still will use cavalry units for cutting supply lines. Like, you will want small individual units that you can hide in the fog of war as best you can. And maybe even have multiple small units, like units whose only purpose is revealing the fog of war, that are just like one cavalry unit just for getting information, or just for cutting supply lines, this type of thing. And that, because I assume they can move around the map faster if they're mono cavalry, and that this movement speed is like a pretty important thing. And so you can relieve a lot of sieges. I assume sieges are going to go longer and longer and longer, because I think it's only after the Age of Revolutions that it becomes the technology for sieging, for laying siege starts to outstrip the pace at which the technology for protecting against sieges. But I could be mistaken. I don't know exactly when the Star Fort started to fall out of favor. Maybe absolutism is kind of the end of the Star Fort. You do multiple naval invasions with them. Yes, exactly. What about multiple small cavalry units? You just push front so fast the enemy can't defend. I mean, it's kind of similar cheese. I imagine the AI is going to be really bad at playing around fog of war. They haven't shown any unique arty yet in flavors, so we don't know how it works. No cav ratio. I imagine that, generally speaking, cavalry is going to be a lot more expensive than infantry. And you might be gated by the amount of horses you have, and that the purpose of cavalry will be having early frontage that can be applied very quickly, because they have high initiative, rather than you want to have like mono cavalry or something like this. Except for armies where like you're a horde or whatever, and you have a ton of horses and you have a ton of like these resources available, and it's easier for you to comp towards that. You have unique units, this type of thing. EU4 AI doesn't have any fog of war, I don't think. Yeah, so they just forget that units exist if they're in the fog. Either AI is going to be bad, or it's going to be... Well, in the latter, they don't play around fog, they just don't experience it, right? I would probably rather the AI know where everything is, considering how bad AI plays around fog of war, generally speaking. Yeah. Cav is manpower efficient. I mean, you want to talk about manpower efficient, artillery is disgustingly manpower efficient. I don't know if you're gated by... I forget how exactly fronts work. If your fronts are gated by the amount of units No, I don't think they are. I think they're gated by the amount of the regiment. So you could have one regiment on each front. Yeah. And manpower buildings cost maintenance. Well, I mean, you almost certainly have to pay cavalry maintenance and artillery maintenance, and cavalry are going to be much more expensive on the food. Like, I have to imagine that for most countries in Europe, you will not want to, like, spam mono cavalry, or the game won't be balanced in that way. But yeah, I mean, it is more manpower efficient. Hello everyone and welcome to another Tinto Talks. This is the Happy Wednesday where we give you information about our very secret game with the codename Project Caesar. Or aka Project Teaser, aka Project Tizar. This week we will talk about parliaments where we have a simple feature with the same name in EU4, but this is rather different as you will see. We have gone heavily into making this more flavorful as many countries have their unique names for their parliaments, whereas courts in Aragon and a Riksdag in Sweden. We see that there are some parliamentary requests that have been put towards us. Or these are requests we can make, maybe? Parliamentary agenda. Lessen levy obligations for military. Clergy demand a new monastery. Policy. Change policy for burghers. Okay. Trying to remember how this works. I think we've completely forgotten. What if they made parliaments like in Victoria 3? It doesn't exist, yeah. No, it's where you manipulate the IG leader with a parliamentary republic so that you can get a cautious leader so you get less infamy. First of all, there are 5 different types of parliaments, although technically you could argue that no parliament is a type as well. They are based on different types of gatherings different societies had, which means that different countries will have to start with different types of parliament, and you will be able to change it in game. Assembly, available to all countries, nobles and peasants can have agendas, but they have very weak impact, so this seems to be very powerful for the crown. Council requires codified laws advanced. Nobles and clergy can have agendas, but have weak impact. We see council has parliamentary system, agenda impact for nobility decreases. I'm assuming, so we see some agendas in here, and we see some additional stuff. Vroom, vroom, man, people are out tonight. I guess that makes sense. It's Saturday night. Yeah. People like to drive their loud cars on Saturday night. Then things be thingin'. We see a state parliament requires feudalism in advance. Nobles, clergy, and burghers can all have agenda. I think this is going to be a lot of Europe. I think you want these agendas because if there's an agenda, I think it gets easier to pass. I mean, we'll see. Autocratic parliament requires age of absolutism in advance. Hey, Playa, welcome to the general members. Thank you. Big nice. Pog. Let's go. He wanted the emotes, chat. He said, let me free. Let me cook. Requires an age of absolutism advance. Nobles, clergy, and burghers can all have agendas. Crown power is 25% stronger. Can force through an issue they want in parliament for a small cost. Jed Pog. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about earlier, the Pog for that Twitch doesn't have, but YouTube does have. I wish it got displayed in the chat rather than showing up as Gen Pog for the chat that the Twitch can see. Thank you so very much. Requires an age of absolutism advance for constitutional parliament. Nobles, clergy, burghers can all have agendas. The impact is much higher. Nobles' estate have improved estate satisfaction. So I think that this is mainly the one we're going to be dealing with. Calling a parliament. If you are able to hold any type of parliament, you could call them as long as it's been at least 5 years since the last parliament called. If you do not call one for a decade, the estates will get less satisfied for each passing month. When you call a parliament, you get the choice of where the parliament should be held. You can always hold the parliament in your capital, which will give you a small boost towards centralization, but you can also have the option to pick another location. Usually you can pick any town or city. But there are countries that can hold a parliament in a rural location as well. If you pick a place that's not your capital, your country will become slightly more decentralized, but that location gets a nice bonus for the duration of parliament, which lasts about a half a year. Well, since there's no bonus towards your capital, this is maybe going to be good. I guess it depends on how much you value centralization. Kind of thinking that decentralization looked a little bit better, though. Parliament location, monthly prosperity, 1%. That's actually a lot. Monthly development plus 0.1. This is like really, really high, actually, based on like what we've seen. Monthly control, +1. Local proximity score, +25. That's just actually going to give you more control? Okay. A temporary mini capital that prospers. That looks quite strong. That looks quite strong indeed. Okay. You also need to pick, I mean, it's gonna... You can have this up... If you parliament on cooldown, you can have this up 1/10 of the time. So 10% of the time you can have this. I wonder if you build your strategy around control for this. Probably not. That's probably too deep. You need to pick an issue that will be the main debate issue for the parliament as well. You can have up to 2 options per estate to choose from, where the parliament will support you. Where the parliament support you gain depends on the current power in the country. So we can change our debate, and if we pick something that these guys like, but here's the kicker. We just talked about these. It's hard to pass through government reforms because they generally don't like passing them in parliaments in terms of changing them. Oh wait, these aren't government reforms. These are just things the crown can do. It's only half a year, then that's not that much. 6% control. I think it might increase the control of the surrounding areas, though. Because I think control, if you have 75 control in an area and it goes up to 25, I think the surrounding areas have like 72 control or something like this. And so if you kick them up, you'll slowly increase the control of those areas as well. But it operates at an equilibrium, but it's going to be like a couple % of control for those areas. I don't know. But here it looks like this is going to be correlated with clout, we assume, and the nobles having a lot of clout, it'll be easy to pass through reforms that they like. But that'll give them more, not clout, that'll give them more power as well. Generally the reforms do that. Needs of the crown do not grant additional support. Parliamentary issues. The issue picked has a modifier that is applied to the country while the debate is ongoing. In many cases, this is rather beneficial, but only lasts for the duration of the parliament. We currently have over 70 different parliamentary issues and a dozen country-specific ones. If you get enough support in parliament, there will be... If you fail to get enough support in parliament, there will be a drawback, which is usually a hit to stab. But if you get over 50% backing in parliament, the country will get some benefits depending on the issue. So we could pick 2 noble, or a noble one. Or sorry, what is this? What estate is that if this is the nobility? This is the nobility. Is this the peasants? This is the peasants. Expand officer lists. Establish new hunting grounds. Is that the peasants? I want to say it's the armed forces, but that's not a thing. Okay, so we would want to pass something like promote castle works or fund farming estates, and then establish hunting grounds. And I think we could pass 2 per interest group, so then maybe we look to squeeze through a couple burger ones, maybe. I'm not sure. Castle cost, stockade cost. Oh, but this isn't this is a temporary issue, right? Or while the issue is being debated, we get this. It's not a estate privilege. It might be better just to hold in your capital every time. Well, I think if you hold it in your capital, you don't get this bonus. Oh, maybe you get it if you hold it in your capital. You just don't benefit from the proximity score. You don't benefit from the control either. But the dev and prosperity you get. Putting the dev and prosperity on a place where you have 100 control might just be better. Conduct a census, population growth, 0.5. Alright. Parliamentary support. So, what is parliamentary support? You will always have base support from your current crown power, which is normally rather low unless you've completely crippled your estates by sending them off into battle. And then you will also have potential support you can get from picking issues. There are also some government reforms and or advances that increase the base support. So how do you increase the support during parliaments then? Parliamentary agendas. You can always see what the agendas that the estates want to push during a parliament. And if you grant them what they want, your parliament support will increase. The amount that the parliament support increases based on the estate power that they have, multiplied by their current satisfaction. That is interesting. So I think satisfaction generally operates on an equilibrium, so you can't just pin pip plus a bunch of satisfaction. But that is going to make it so that you can maybe look for timing windows regarding parliament. But this makes it beneficial to keep estates happier than the minimum levels if you wish to rely on them in parliament. Sure. So maybe as you approach it, you lower their taxes or something like this. Isn't hunting grounds for nobles? Because only nobles hunt? Yeah, but it's not the noble icon. This is the noble icon. You pick up one issue from 2 per estate. You pick up up to 1. Or 1 issue for every parliament. Oh, man. Just 1 singular issue. These agendas include law changes, changes to societal values, privilege granted, and much more. If you accept the agenda of the state, then the next agenda they propose this session... Oh, wait. The next agenda they propose in this session will give far less parliamentary support. So it looks like you go one through the other. There's 60 to 70 unique ones. But it looks like you get more than one agenda per session. Parliamentary requests, you can also... I thought I remember it saying we can choose up to 2 per estate. I'm not sure it necessarily matters too much in terms of us thinking through our strategy on things, though. Greater good, I assume. We lose 2.5 staff, that's not a lot. We change societal values 2 towards decentralization. I mean, I kind of think decentralization might be good, or depending on what your level of control is. You could also use the parliamentary support immediately during a session, get a request fulfilled, but that will reduce your support by 50%. So you kill your support to push through something they don't like. Request additional taxes. This will allow you to collect more taxes during the states for the next 3 years. I think you're probably going to be paying them below, or taxing them below max taxes, because you want to keep the estate approval high or happiness high, so that might not be very good. As for large levies, that's maybe a timing window thing. As for law changes, this will allow you to change laws at a much reduced cost of stability for 3 years. Prepare for war. This will get you an insulted casus belli on the country of your choice within a diplomatic range. Oh, interesting. That was easy. Of course, using any of these requires you have to probably pick an issue backed by a powerful state and probably accept an agenda or 2. Oh, so we pick one issue and then accept agendas. Is that how this works? Prepare for war is an interesting one. Yeah. So we pick a single issue, and then we accept agendas of the parliament to push our issue through. I would not recommend hovering closer to 50% if you really want an issue to succeed, as there may be events that could reduce it happening. Okay, so we select one issue, and then we can accept up to 2 of these. Accepting multiples from the same group will give us diminishing returns. We want to stay above 50%, and we can, do something like noble autonomy or support, grant them autonomy, or change our values towards decentralization, and in exchange, be able to maybe pass a privilege that we want as our thing, right? Am I understanding this correctly? In EU4, when you declare for humiliate rival, you can't take land. Well, this isn't humiliate. Insulted is different. No? Best no war, CB. We have 2 more things influence parliaments that might be of interest as well. There are special buildings that, here. We're gonna put a question mark. They changed that in EU5. What game is that? You mean we're talking about Project Caesar, friend? So yeah, I think if I'm understanding it correctly, that's how it's going to work. So you accept some concessions, you push through what you want, and that seems relatively painless. There are 2 special buildings that can be counted as parliament seats, which grant significant extra significance to the location. One is an urban parliament seat that the burghers can ask for during a parliament, which grants a significant permanent power to the burghers in a town or a city. Permanent? That's strong. The other is rotten borough, which the noble state will build in rural locations, increasing their power if they're not currently happy. Yeah, this seems to be keeping them happy so they don't build bad buildings. Seems like a vibe. Before we end, though, we would love to hear any flavor names you would like to hear for parliaments. We currently have 35 at the moment. Next week is disasters. Disasters, I think, isn't going to have too much for us to cover in terms of thinking through strategy. Here's the name of a bunch of courts. Can you build a parliamentary building, which forces the parliament to always take place in the area? Not at the moment. An interesting idea. Will we have 2-week draughts, or will you sneak in an extra Tinto talk? Maybe not Wednesday. This is around the holidays. Census data doesn't give more people, except it does. Almost all the lists are sortable at game settings at the top. Also, nice that we have a search bar, huh? What decides if a debate passes or fails? Please don't say it's pure RNG like Vicky 3. Minus 50 support at the end is passed. So I think we pick one debate. Bicameral and unicameral. More of a Vicky 3. Then upper house is more of a Vicky thing. Yeah, okay. Every 5 years you can parliament. Used to be more often, but playtesters complained it was too much busy work. Interesting. You don't like the busy work? You have to give the stinking peasants in place in parliament separately through an estate privilege, although I sure wouldn't. Oop. Okay, I think that we're not seeing anything too crazy. Parliament forced it on you. Yeah, we're not seeing anything too crazy. Generally speaking, this is the type of comment or response that is really important. The ones that we read through in regards to economics were really important early on, but a rim parliamentary seat might be good. Yeah, that'd be sweet, especially, I think if you're having parliament at a different location other than your capital, maybe that'll be extra good. We're not really sure here. And we have the final one we're going to be covering today on the 18th of December, the next week. Johan, welcome to another Tinto Talks. The happy... What is this? What is this, Johan? Come on. Not capitalized? Terrible. Alright. Two major differences between a disaster and a situation. The first is that... Ooh, girl, you a situation. The first is that a disaster is almost always negative, and second, a disaster is always for a specific country. While multiple situations can be evolving country at the same time, only a single disaster can happen at the same time. Or at one time. There are two categories of disasters: specific historical narratives and generic ones that happen to be anyone under the right circumstances. Disasters in Project Tizar are not just a modifier applied to the country and some events triggering until you fulfill the winning conditions, but you also get unique actions that you can do that affect the disaster. Let's take a look at some common, more generic disasters. Court and country. This sounds familiar, eh? Resistance to the growing centralization in our country has accumulated in a period of a general crisis and conflict between court and country. Depending on how we handle this time of crisis, we might come through it stronger than we did before. This disaster can happen to any country with strong absolutism or crown power in the age of absolutism or age of revolution. Okay. The nobility has taken the biggest offense to this plan. As you can see here above the UNI for this disaster, it shows your current crown power, the power of your estates, while also showing the rebel closest to starting the civil war. It also lists the current actions you have in the disaster. Here we cannot rein in the nobility as they are too strong already. Two of the icons that have special tooltips that might be useful if you want. Yeah. How powerful are these guys? We see 15% crown power. Don't see the noble power. Shout out to King Pierre. You see end requirements. We had court and country disaster for 10 years, and at least one of these as well. Crown power greater than or equal to 36% estate power. We have less than or equal to 5 total estates granted. We have less than 80 absolutism versus liberalism. Oh, this is a societal value. I was like, where's absolutism coming from? Or all of these, everyone's satisfaction is above 85%, and we have greater than 25 absolutism versus liberalism. So this one we have to be liberalized and have them happy, or we have to be full absolutism very near and have a really powerful crown. You have to endure it for at least a decade, womp womp. Advice for court or country: we can increase our crown power through revoking privileges, increasing control across our locations, building a counting house, increasing government power, enacting certain policies, desperate measures. We see religious turmoil. Despite this country's efforts to mediate between different religions and between different groups in our nation, conflicts have been erupting on a regular basis. The situation has worsened without drastic measures and soon be engulfed in a religious civil war. This disaster can occur during the Age of Reformation for any Catholic country or any country following any Protestant religion, as long as they have enough religious unity and weak clergy estate. To get out of this disaster, there are multiple ways. Get religious unity higher. They need a weak clergy estate. Generally, we think that they're a better estate to have strong relative to the other estates. Spiritualists to get out of the disaster, there's multiple ways. Get religious unity higher. Get the power of the clergy much higher as a spiritualist, or go full humanist while restoring stability. Spiritualists seemed kind of better than humanism when we were taking a look at it. While this disaster is happening, there will be a lot of conflict from religious minorities in the country. If we look at some of the country-specific ones we have, but we don't want to spoil them all, we have the rise of Savonarola. He was an upstart preacher that started to spread his apocalyptic message, advocating for repentance and reform. His message is causing quite the stir among the population, and it's for sure a sign of changing times. This is a disaster that is likely to happen to Florence in the last decade of the 15th century if they are a Catholic republic. To get out of the disaster, you need to either become a theocracy or Savonarola will have to die. Shout out to die. And we see the War of the Roses. Doesn't this involve two countries? Or is this... No, this is just England. The two junior branches... That's why it's not a situation, it's a disaster. Two junior branches of the House of Plantagenet, and the House of Lancaster and the House of York both claim to be rightful heir to the throne of England. Sporadic fights between the supporters have already broken out in numbers of provinces around the country. The heraldic symbols, a red rose and a white rose, have already become synonymous with the new conflict, now commonly being known as the War of the Roses. Incidentally, the War of the Roses, I think, is basically what, not Game of Thrones, but the House of Dragons is based on War of the Roses. It's a specific disaster for England, which can happen in the 15th century if the ruling dynasty is Plantagenet and some specific historical events have happened. It will allow you to either side with York or Lancaster, as it will build up to a civil war for the throne. So, which historical events do you think would be best represented by disaster? Post your suggestions here. Some of these suggestions are probably super dope, actually. So happy to see the War of the Roses isn't going to be a rebel whack-a-mole. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's going to be a rebel thing. The rebels not being just, like, stacks that you need to wipe out, but instead being countries is pretty sweet. Is getting a lump of coal next week a situation or a disaster? Someone asking the real questions. War of the Roses disaster, your nation actually into a red, white, rose flag nation, and an enemy turns into the other flag? Or is it like EU4 where the rebels just get the generic rebel flag? Great idea. I'll give it a try, and obviously the Dragon Standard, if the Tudors win, the best ever English flag. Is this the ugly holiday sweater flag? Or is it the actual Tudor flag? I don't know if this is a holiday joke or not. Looks good. Probably a disaster modifier called total collapse of society that affected countries in the New World that were hit by European epidemics in the early years. In Project Caesar, we have proper systems and mechanics, so we don't need that modifier anymore. Ooh, proper systems and mechanics regarding the total collapse of the Aztecs. Can we get a bonfire? Can we bonfire all those Renaissance vanities during the Savonarola disaster? I'm gonna talk to my talk to the CDs, creative designers in my team, because this might actually be interesting to be able to bonfire works of art. Pog, dude, bro, sign me up. That's gonna be such sick flavor. Just burn it all. We get a Tinto Talks talking about disasters. Of course, the picture at the heading is the Polish court. Poland has had a rough couple hundred years. Why do I get the feeling this game is turning more and more into a framework that is going to allow play from 300 BC to 3000 AD seamlessly? You just made us reveal the true name of the game. Imperator Iron, Crusader Victoria, Universalis Stellaris. You heard it here first, folks. Content designers, I think? Yeah, I think you might be right. Are the Hussite Wars a disaster? Started out as a disaster and ended in a situation. Ooh, girl, you a situation. Are there no natural disasters? No Lisbon earthquake and the like? Disasters are strictly just negative situations. We have natural catastrophes, not disasters, presented in different ways, half mechanical, half event-driven. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Usually, yes, though, you could end up in a disaster completely different than situation compared to its start, which may not necessarily be negative. Okay. This honestly sounds like a copy-paste from EU4. Does it really? Which is sad, since disasters in EU4 were generally uninspiring, tedious, and pose no real threat after getting familiar with the game. Our disasters are a bit more interactive than those of EU4, as they usually have some more actions to do besides killing rebels and getting random events. The Palindronian Civil War should be a disaster to strike the Byzantines after the death of Emperor this guy to simulate the unique instability of the time. It is. Pog, Byzantine content, everyone. What everyone truly wants. Clunky for absolutism. Maybe we'll take a better look at a better solution. We get a Tinto talk about disasters, and of course the picture is the heading of the Polish court. WAD. WAD means working as designed. No, not like this. The truth hurts. We have disasters for hordes in China, the situation about the Colombian exchange, and multi-ethnic are usually covered by generic mechanics, although we could potentially look at a specific disaster for Austria-Hungary, a bit like EU4 does. Can we get a Ming explosion and a Yuan explosion? We've got the Red Turban Rebellion situation already and a generic crisis of the X-Dynasty disaster. We'll talk about it more detail in later Tinto talks. I think we're not going to get anything too crazy here regarding metagame. I mean, I think the metagame is probably just going to be generally avoiding disasters, but maybe there's certain disasters you do to achieve certain outcomes, but this is kind of fringe, and it's going to be difficult for us to discern reading through Tinto talks. Project Caesar is obviously going to be a Stellaris prequel. Yeah. Hey, Amtep, how's it going? We're kind of finishing up this last one. Alright, so I think we're not going to get too much out of this. Trying to remember where we started on the day here. I think we started on prosperity. So we're going to go over kind of some of the stuff that we, over the 14 dev diaries, we took some notes on. For prosperity, it gives migration, pop growth, development, life expectancy, occupying guys in market. I think what gives prosperity is there's going to be multiple sources of prosperity, but I think it's also just having profitable stuff going on. If I recall, no, prosperity just goes up over time. It just goes up over time as long as you haven't been like occupied or embargoed or anything like this, and it just increases a bunch of stuff. Occupying guys in the market to push devastation, to push intermarket migration might be a strategy, we're not sure. And currently having an army on a location really pushes the devastation, which is the reverse. Why don't we do prosperity / devastation? Here. We see development, flat value from prosperity, or the flat value, there's going to be percentage modifiers from it, but development is a driver. Reduces distance to capital, which we think helps with control, so as you get more development, establishing more control becomes easier, we think. In EU4, you do court and country for more absolutism. Okay. Does it go up based on ruler stats like EU4? I can't remember if ruler stats was one of the modifiers for prosperity. I don't think it is. Huge modifier to pop capacity. Is it multiplicative with climate or topography? We do not know. Huge modifier to institution growth. It increases RGO cap size. RGO cap size is also freaking enormous. Roads, they cut proximity calc in half. 20 to move rather than 40. Huge cost, but also important, the seafaring cost is only 5. So seafaring cost is really low. I think we have that under a control note. 1/8 to move to the location. Lakes, rivers count costs 5 to move. But embarking versus disembarking also costs additional movement, kind of commitment, and this proximity is a huge informer of control. Huge cost modifiers based on topography and vegetation, built between locations, not in locations, so you connect the dots. Cores. Conquered gives high separatism, low control, conversion, and assimilation. Integrated gives a separatism of 1/5, higher control max, 20%, which is a lot. Cabinet action for 20 to 25 years to get to being integrated. Now this is going to be a huge throttle for blobbing, and so we're starting to see that building tall and focusing on your power base is probably going to be overall how you approach expanding power in this upcoming Project Caesar, which we know not the name of. Entire province does get incorporated, so it's not just based on location. Culture and power projection speed this up. And a core has a higher control minimum. That's not maximum, it's a minimum. Accepted culture pops grow faster, more pop growth. Minorities stagnate. I think that this is more pop growth, but we're not 100% sure. This wasn't clarified, so we're just going to add a question mark. It sounds like that's the way it works, but yeah. What's the first campaign you will do in Project Caesar? I will decline to answer that question. I think ones that look interesting are playing as a country that can colonize, Playing, I think Carthage I can't really observe and report that well, to the extent that I may get early access of some kind. And so I want to maybe focus on things that are going to be more interesting for other people. I think, but yeah, so what I think that is really interesting is Mali is like the strongest Africa start that we have seen in any, I think, of any Paradox game, just like period. Or the strongest sub-Saharan Africa, Carthage, of course, an imperator. And so I think that that'll be really interesting. I think Yuan will be interesting. I think Japan will be really interesting, because playing as a one of the daimyos that do not have any locations, I think playing as a bank will be really interesting, and will be maybe something to take a look at. Not necessarily like play a full run as a bank. I don't know how entertaining that maybe would be, and how much there is to do. As a bank, I think there will have to be at least some amount of play in the HRE, something maybe religiously oriented. The Papal States, in particular, just get gobs of free gold per their mechanics. I, in EU4, which we don't know how related it is, played a ton of Netherlands. So the personal enjoyment question is like it's either probably Tunis or something that forms Netherlands, but I can't or I won't comment on what I'm going to play first. Banks seem so cool, but I hope you can choose from where you form your bank. Well, you don't have a location. You can choose where you build the things. You don't have a location. There's no where there. But I don't know how much there is to do as the bank, if it feels like something that will maybe not be good. I guess the content thing will be forming Prussia, huh? That's what it'll be Prussia, Japan, and China. That's the content answer, isn't it? Not like this. No, we love colonizing though, so. Separatism reduces satisfaction of non-primary culture. Reduced satisfaction makes pops more rebellious, and the less control in the conquered areas means more money will be going towards the rebels. So the separatism makes them rebel, and this gives rebel power. And there are no free cores from anything. Break the yoke. Yeah, but if you can only be an Italian bank, that's kind of annoying. I want mine to make mine in Baghdad. I think you can probably do any place where you have Diplo range. I don't know how your Diplo range would possibly be calculated, though. Would you do a full playthrough? Maybe. A bunch of more limited playthroughs might make more sense. Yeah, I think more limited playthroughs might make sense to get more variety rather than depth. Especially because I will probably not really understand what's going on the first like few runs. Something like this. Antagonism, societal values, Diplo rep, culture, influence, and spies are affected. So in a negative way, we think. Guys, I'm going to do a full playthrough for my first run. Actually gets annexed in 20 years. That is a full playthrough. So it wasn't a successful one, it was just a full one. We played to the end screen. Mission accomplished. Rebels are funded by lack of control. And so we think that the metagame might be like, if you can't establish control over an area, releasing it as a subject. Civil war may change a lot of estates, rulers, and privileges, so intentionally civil warring to swap sides might be good. Multiple estates can join in a revolution. We have slavery, close to zero population growth. They can work in RGOs or buildings specific to them, notably as plantations, probably New World, just prolific with slaves, as was history. What are the effects on estates when jobs are filled by slaves that would otherwise be estate jobs? I don't know if it still gives... I imagine it actually probably still gives the capacity. Like, if they occupy a peasant job, or actually peasants are the exception. If they occupied a burgher job, though, which I don't think they would, it would still be giving the burgher capacity overall in the location. Just the job would be occupied by the slave. So I think it actually won't affect clout, but this is something we can maybe think about or still thing. Civil War meta could be good. Yeah, just cheeky. It's a huge sink in terms of stability, but if you can cheekily force a bunch of privileges you want. Culture, there's non-accepted, baseline experience towards everyone, tolerated, more growth and happier, accepted, 3 times the cost of tolerated, more sailors and levies, improved colonial charters, important for colonial charters, counts towards coring, better for diplo with countries with that primary culture, probably don't want to accept pops without integrated location. So we'll probably want to stay on tolerated, unless we've integrated a lot of these locations, we think, based on kind of reading through some of these mechanics. Civil meta is just a France game, true. Primary culture affects a lot. It can be swapped, and different rule sets can be picked in pre-game action. Yeah, I'm almost certain going to play something in Iberia, I think. I don't know what's going to look best for Iberia, but that's going to be extremely likely. I'm just Victoria 3 brained, where in my opinion, like, Iberia's, or like, Castile's somehow just the best generic country as like some kind of abstraction, but that's probably not true. I'd also be curious to take a closer look at the development and see if you can kind of cook a little bit maybe with like a Muslim country, either in Persia or the Mamluks. Dialect is purely for flavor, and does affect names and this type of stuff. Language group, cultural acceptance and market attraction. Liturgical language. Language power affects research, so if it's a very powerful language, it'll get a lot of research. Market language affects language power, so if there's... It seems to be the case that whatever there's a lot of markets for, making that your liturgical language would be powerful, but you are locked in, if you are either Muslim or Catholic, you are locked into being Arabic or Latin respectively, so you can't choose your liturgical language. And there's going to be things that upset people. But like, if you go Byzantium, it might be the case that you want to have Arabic as your liturgical language. Especially if they have a lot of power at game start. Kind of interesting to think about. Court language is easiest to select, affects estates. Where they will want, like the nobles want more powerful ones, and like the burghers want whatever your market's using, this type of thing. Vassal Swarm might be a good way to develop. They have their own ministers and can develop the land. And with the Vassal Swarm specifically, they get max control because their capitals are close. I think from a control perspective is why Vassal Swarm is going to be really good, more so than thinking from the perspective of people in the cabinet. The thing that hurts the Vassal Swarm is how much diplo-salts or whatever it takes. Yeah, diplomatic capacity, I think. That is the throttle. Aragon looks really fun to me. Yeah, the Aragon also has where the Tinto studio is in there. Is something that I've thought about. Cultural mechanics, cultural influence is kind of your offense. You get new created works of art, and you get offense. Cultural tradition is your defense, and it's based on owned works of art. It affects positively assimilation, integration, and diplomacy. You can invest in artists. Art can give promotion, pop promotion, conversion, assimilation, and growth. Promotion might be a really, really strong modifier. I don't know how important pop promotion will be, but this might be an insanely strong modifier. If, generally speaking, qualifications are an issue, promotion is going to be the thing that throttles you, right? if you want to build up in one location and you can't because you can't promote fast enough, and this forces you to spread out the buildings you're building, because there is economies of scale, then this means that promotion would allow you to push economies of scale better. So having art to increase pop promotion speed, at a certain point, investing in art might be more productive than like investing in economic buildings or something like this in terms of just increasing the economic stuff. Vassals were pretty expensive in Diplo. Yeah, they generally looked pretty expensive. But if you have a place with zero control, it does stone nothing, right? When a location is taken, art can be looted or destroyed. Might be worth starting fake wars just to take locations, just to try and loot. We have prestige, gives cultural influence, skill of new artists, a monthly aggressive expansion replaced with the antagonism. Diplomatic reputation, market attraction, and GP score. I assume the AE antagonism is going to be pretty good. Huge effect from works of art. Hugely. By works of art. Thank you for correcting my terrible grammar. Well, what rivers give Mappian Project ties art? Rivers actually give control propagation. Rivers are actually insane. Where's our control notes? Lakes and rivers count 5 to move. So rivers and lakes are insane. But mainly downstream? I don't think there was a note that it was only downstream. I don't recall seeing a note that it was downstream specifically. Maybe I missed something. An important note is production efficiency gives output. Production efficiency very strong. Government reforms are gated by the number of slots. One major reform is max. Estate privileges, slots seem to scale with estate power. And on parliament, the support we get is the state power times satisfaction, so if they're more satisfied, they will give more power or more support. And we pick one issue, and then we accept multiple estate agendas, it appears. That one wasn't as clear to us. And this was kind of what we added in here in terms of our notes for Project Caesar. So we're starting to develop quite a little bit here. I guess if enough people like kind of want us to make this available, we might make it available. I don't know how much people want to necessarily look at this. Can't wait to make an amazing empire on the Nile. Why hasn't anyone thought of this before? Yeah, I mean, like, that's actually going to be the huge benefit of the Mamluks. You're going to just be so powerful on the Nile. And then Cairo, I don't know if it has to embark on the Nile and then it can travel out seas, but if that's the case, Cairo effectively acts as being coastal. Let's actually take a quick look. Tinto maps. So, is this the Nile? This must be the Nile. So we can only move on the Nile. Unfortunately, I don't think that we see any control from here. But we can see that these will all be flatland, and then look at this. Mono farmland, basically. A little bit of desert in here, but just mono farmlands. But we don't have a lot of control in the Levant. And one of the problems is actually, I think the capital starts in Cairo. And Cairo is not on the coast. So maybe it's the case that you want to move the capital to Alexandria at game start, right? Because Cairo's like in here somewhere, and Alexandria's like up here. If you have Alexandria, then, and you have enough naval stuff, then you can start, you know, getting a little bit from the Levant. But yeah, you're gonna have like low control over like this area over here. We see flatland, but this area here that's woods, sparse, this type of thing. Maybe you actually want to release this and focus on, move the capital to Alexandria, focus on this. This is a similar number of squares to move, but so maybe that's kind of okay. And then, yeah, you get the enormous propagation down here from the river. Are you doing a daily stream until you catch up? I'm... Over the next few days, I want to get through all the Tinto talks. I don't know if it's going to be every day, but it might be every day until we get through them all, yeah. And then here's the resource chart's going to be one of the really significant ones. We see horses and horses. So this is going to make cavalry a little bit more reasonable. I don't know if we saw the market. Did we see the market here? Areas, not that. No, we haven't seen the markets. This also might be one of the throttles for, like, what you do. But we see rice, cotton, we see, like, vegetated stuff here. The stone, I think, is in the desert, so we see wheat, pasture, sugar. So none of these resources look like any kind of primos. Do we have iron in here? Well, I guess marbles may be a premium. Salts may be a premium. We see the irons in here. We see irons also in one of these. We're probably not going to have that much control down here, though. Like, if we have the capital here. And then we could try and get over to here. You do see that there is this. Also, what's going to really matter is the natural harbors in the Levant are going to dramatically affect or the level of the harbors that we can have and this type of thing. We embark here and then we send here, so the disembark cost here is going to be important, and the disembark cost over here is also going to be important because we see some forest areas over here in terms of establishing control. I'm uncertain if fighting for control over here is going to be that valuable. Instead, it might be more valuable to fight for establishing more control, like up here and along here, rather than trying to fight your way into the desert. There's a fun building irrigation, 5% food, level gated by rivers. It's going to be good. So, EU5 this Christmas confirmed? I have no idea. We're talking about Project Caesar. I don't know if EU5 is coming out, or if they're working on it, or what. That's what I can tell you. That's going to be amazing. I wonder if religion swapping will be like EU4. Probably not. We accept rebel demands? I don't think it will be. Precious sand. Yeah. Oh. Chat. There's gold right here. We are like busy saying there's no good resources. There's gold here. Gold being what appears to be the best resource. So, if we want the strategy to have a lot of control there, but we want Alexandria right here, I don't know if this strategy works too well. Oh, here's a market. So the gold will be in Mecca, but if we took that, I don't think we would start with control of that. I think Mamluks start with one of the bigger populations in the entire game, though. But yeah, I can't. I also can't comment on when I think this will be released. Otherwise, I would try and answer your question. Where's Alexandria specifically? That's not it. Oh, is it not called Alexandria because localization? No, there's Alexandria. We don't know if it's actually just a primo port. It might not be. I guess it depends where we would want to move the capital. Might depend, actually, on which has the best natural harbor, which is going to have the best disembark cost for our... Alexandria, I think, is on the leftern edge of this, so we probably want the capital on a farmland. So, taking a look at this, that's this kind of narrow little decision tree. So, we also see marsh is not very good. So, actually, that's like all marsh, except for, I think, where Alexandria is. So, it actually just is Alexandria, I think. Because the lefternmost portion is the only portion that's not marshy. You see here. So, taking a closer look. Yeah, it's Alexandria or this maybe. And the rest of this over here is marsh or desert. So, this is probably where you move the capital. Bread baskets will do that to your population. Alexandria is northwest of the dial. Okay, okay. Gold isn't a real trade good, though. I mean, it's an economic basis of wealth. It gets can't eat it or use it much. You can burn it in minting, but it's also used in PMs, and it has a base value of 10. So if the price of it doesn't collapse, so you can just turn it into money through minting, although that causes inflation. We're not sure exactly what the mechanics are, but I do believe PMs require gold, like the like luxury resources PMs, and yeah, if gold is if you can create demand for gold, coming into the spreadsheet real quick, we have like these scores here. If you sort by the base price of all the goods as we've known them, gold has a base price of 10. So as long as the price is, even if gold is minus 20% or minus 80% cost, if gold gets reduced to absolute floor, it's just as good as tobacco at base price. So expanding the RGO will be very valuable, I think. You just have to worry about inflation that it causes. Are you getting, but you're getting preview build of the Project Caesar this July, I presume? I can't comment on that either. You will find out the second I am able to tell. You guys will find out from me when I can tell you guys what I can tell you guys when I can tell you guys that I can tell what I can tell you. You probably want it closer to Sinai. Yeah, but you also want it on a farmland, I think. Look, this is what we have to work with. We want it on a flatland farmland. How do you get closer to Sinai? I mean, you could put it in the Levant, and now you're making a little bit of a different decision, right? We could put it here. We also would want to see what the natural harbors look like. I think Alexandria might have a natural harbor. Maybe there was a reason a certain Macedonian administration popped their regional capital there. Yeah, maybe there was. Looking forward. Me too. Yeah, I mean, I think Alexandria just makes a ton of sense. I don't remember which one of these we had where we got the map mode that looked at... One of these has a map of all the... It might have been logistics and... I think it might have been the roads one. It might have been logistics and sieges, or it might have been the roads one. I think it's the roads one. The diary that covered, or the Tinto talk that covered roads, in particular. Okay. This is the first one we covered today. No, it didn't have it. What a world, what a world. I don't think it's the control one. I think we covered it today. Maybe not. It might be under naval aspects here. Yes, it is. So this... Oh, no! We don't see the Mamluks, but this is something we care about a lot. Because the harbor suitability has monstrous effects, but the notable one that we are caring about is the trade embark, disembark costs. Or wait, no, wait. The distance capital, cost to capital through the port modifier, I think, rather. So we really want to hire harbor suitability because this is going to... I think we saw somewhere in here where this is significantly decreasing the cost that we end up paying to embark/disembark, and so by being on it, we can do the things. But we don't see the natural harbors of the thing. But Constantinople we see has a really green one. We see a couple really good ones in Sicily, starting in Piedmont. Genoa, I think, is right about here. Brittany's got some pretty nice ones. We see London's relatively reasonable, but there's also these over here. Yeah, it's probably going to be cheaper to push control over here into Wales rather than build a road to Wales. It might be cheaper to run a road here, but that would take looking through England. Look at this in the Netherlands. All these locations have just monstrous natural harbor things. There's a ton of locations in there. And so, yeah, the question is just looking at, you know, this is there a decent one of these things over here? Yeah, I think it's just Alexandria, and then finding the places that, have the best natural harbor, and then really trying to dev them up really hard. Something like that. Yeah, we don't see anything, though. But if we, like, took Greece... or whatever, then like Attica would be where we'd want to put it. Yeah, we don't have enough of the thing. We don't have enough of the map. Oh man, everyone's piling in just as we're like kind of wrapping up. Not like this. Now would be a good time to insert ads when we finish. No, not like this. Alright, so I think we're gonna... Are we getting all the Europeans in right now? Let's actually just run a quick poll. Maybe we should stream like late night in this time slot. But, yeah, I do think I might make some of these, like, planning out a run and, like, thinking through this type of thing video. Because I do think it's a bit interesting. Like, the Mamluks, we move the capital. We still don't have a good way to get any access to that gold, but per, like, the mechanics we were talking about earlier, in terms of Parliament... Right, we were talking about this modifier, Parliament location, where 10% of the time you can have this running. Having monthly prosperity, monthly development, monthly control on the province with gold and the local proximity score, that's actually probably super worth it to have on our gold slot. So this would be a situation where, because we have that gold right there, we could just put the Parliament down there. To kick us up to 100, and we just always Parliament there, just every time. And if we can build a parliamentary seat, we build it there. And we look to eventually, you know, make that as best as we can, given the fact that I think it's desert and arid, in terms of what it's got going on. But this, for example, is why we have, like, the spreadsheet, where we could look at where we are thinking, oh, this thing is both desert and arid, but it's got gold. So, and it's got relatively poor control. I guess we don't know. Here, let's take a quick look at these things. We see it's desert. Is it above the hills? It looks like it's on flatland. So flatland, arid, desert. So we come in here. We can set this to arid, desert. And you see that, okay, the value of the gold has gone down considerably. But let's say we maybe only get 70% control here. Now you see that, okay, despite our control being low, and the fact that it's a desert, we're still pushing more value than Constantinople would be with 100% control in the silk, just because the good is so good. And so this would be like a preferable thing to build despite the fact that you have this disadvantage. So that's kind of what we want to be able to do with this spreadsheet. Be able to plug in numbers and look at situations, and then from those situations we honk our horn as loud as possible. And be able to kind of infer how we should approach these types of situations. But there's going to be a threshold, for example, of control, where the gold becomes not worth it, except for the advantage it gives in minting, which we would have to know to be able to give an extra bonus towards gold in terms of valuation. Very open to hyped, but apparently it will be a bunch of modifiers on my spreadsheet, like, hey, hardware gives you 7% something. Yeah, the spreadsheet will be invoking tons and tons of modifiers, I think. But I think that adds depth, because you don't, like, it's not blocking you from making a decision, not calculating and accounting for every modifier. Is gold's value simulated as trade value? I thought control wasn't quite prohibitive to trade, relative to tax, production, and levies. It increases, if the gold is consumed locally, my understanding is it goes to the tax base. If it's traded, then it's based on the differential between the things. So if the gold is traded away, then yeah, you're getting like full value. I don't know how the best way to simulate this is, though. But it's also not necessarily like I imagine whatever PMs require gold, it might be better for us to build production buildings for those, like jewelry, and export the jewelry itself, the finished good. In which case we care about the control. But this is another question like you raised that's interesting. If we can only get 20% control here, then we actually want to export the gold rather than eat it locally. Probably. I would think. Actually, I'm not 100% sure on this. I think when we export the gold, it adds buy orders, and then it adds to the tax base. I think you double dip, actually. This is a question that we need to ask ourselves. We need to figure out the answer towards. When you export, do you still the buy order and tax? I think you do. We're not sure. I think it would make sense that it does, because they want traders to be really strong. So traders would allow us to transmute the gold. But in this case, we would need to have an assumed value, if traded, would be another assumption we need to try and figure out how we're kind of taking a look at. Can you guys even see? Yeah, you can see that section of the spreadsheet. So if we're trading the gold, then the gold will tend to have a value that's more approaching its price and is less reflective of decreases in control, removing this tax base. I'd watch a run planning stream. Maybe we could do something like that. Kind of have a busy times ahead with like a bunch of different stuff. Well, we can see. I do think that this decision like kind of is like fascinating though, regarding the like, okay, how do we like look around, we're like look for our best RGOs, and then we think about control, and we think about how to propagate as much control as possible and utilize the RGO. Does it even start under Mameluke control, or are we just looking at gold and foaming at the mouth? Yeah, it does. Oh wait. No, that's going to be Mamluk control. Yeah, it is under Mamluk control right here. But I think that's we're going to wrap it up, folks. Thank you for coming out. If you were interested in this as a general kind of project, we have multiple of these VODs on the YouTube where we are running through all of the Tinto talks, now with the proper context of having read all of the mechanic Tinto talks, which was Tinto talks up to game mechanics up to Tinto talks number 57, and so now we're going back over them. Today we went through 29 through 42, and so we should have about another day to get through the rest of these. So one more stream of this, and then we will, maybe if there's sufficient demand for publishing this, maybe we publish this, or publish a copy of this or something like this, and something like that, so that people can take a look at it. This thing needs a little bit of updating, because we got to update how our control and value calculations work. So it's not perfect, but we do have the shell of how we want to be able to evaluate these types of things. And okay, have a good one, you guys. Feel free to do YouTube algorithm stuff, this, etc., etc. We don't have anyone we know that like streams here, so I don't think we're gonna raid anyone. But have a good one, everyone. Bye bye now.